Ahoyo! Ahoyo! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It is I, Pearl, Captain Pearl, and we are going to be doing something a little bit different this Saturday night. I will be reading to you Alice in Wonderland from my book. I have it leather bound, so I think that it would be really fun to do. So, also thank you, Vivi, big sister Vivi, for you know, 4 months. I cannot believe. Yeah, I have a leather bound book. You guys want to hear it? You guys want to hear this? You want to hear this? Look at that. Yui, thank you for 5 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna be reading it to the 3DO. But right now we're just using my regular Elgato microphone as beginning because that's what I like to do, and then switch over. But instead of the 3DO asset, I have something prepared for you guys. I thought this would be really cute if we did this. Look, it's a book. It's a book. I thought it would be cute. See, instead of the 3DO in front of me, it's the book. It's a big book. I'm a small otter. To be fair, this book is like the length of my arm. Like this leather bound book, it's more than just Alice in Wonderland. It is Alice in Wonderland, it's Through the Looking Glass, and all the other Lewis Carroll stories that have been leather bound, and I've had this for quite some time. I had it I was very young, and I bothered Mama Otter because I loved Alice in Wonderland, the 50s version that, Disney did, because I loved the Golden Afternoon song with the Gardenia opera singer. I am 2 feet tall. I am not 2 feet tall. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome aboard, Tavian LWY YouTube, I assume. Up, left, right, down. But that's what we will be doing today. So before anything else, I am going to go ahead and welcome aboard everybody who has followed lately, because Captain likes to be tidy. So I would like to go ahead and welcome Kalib Wuthman, Paramedic, Streck 73, Ri Nobuku. Yes, I did actually see the background stuff where they had the actresses where they did like the modeling and stuff for. I did actually get to see that, Mr. Donoto, and I thought that that was really amazing, as like they brought in live models for animation back in those days. Even in the what is it? They brought in actual lion cubs for study for the Lion King. They stopped that somewhere around like 97, I think. So they stopped bringing in live models or like going to visit live models for hand drawn animation. Mm-hmm. Yes, I would like to welcome aboard Ri Nibuku, Knight 4467, Price Potato, Rice Baby Tran, Awu Nation, Sir Noct of Actually, Monkey Beaver, Egistigial, Tomoke, Perpetus, Tovar 1125, MC Poto, Cat Landons, Sid Heen, Sloth Bear, 08, It's Thompson, Shiozunu, and of course, to Vithian LW YouTube, and Fly by Pie, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacations. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Where do you stand on American McGee's, Alice? Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Where do I stand on that? Let's see. I liked the first game a whole lot. Maybe not necessarily the gameplay, but I liked the story of the first game very much so. The second, the remake, the American McGee's Madness Returns, I love the gameplay a lot, and I love how, like, the game looks. But I feel like the story kit's it's a little too long, because, like, the beginning is good and the ending is good, but there is, like, this kind of dead part in the middle that's just kind of random. And, like, while that makes sense for an Alice in Wonderland game, because you kind of have a lot of dead space where just weird stuff happens, it drags. As a game, it drags. And I don't like that part of it. However, the first one didn't necessarily drag. It was more of like suspenseful horror. So like anytime that it felt like it was dragging, it was like, all right, time to pull up the creepy factor. Hello, Blaines. Hello, Blaines Magmar. Hello, hello. I'm so glad to see everybody here, and I will get that bit of Atawata real quick before we set up. So, but I did love all the different versions of like the outfits and all the different weapons that you could use. Like aesthetic wise, design wise, it was good. I really liked it, and I do hope to play American McGee's Alice Madness Returns on stream sometime because I love that game. And I'm a big baby. Ah, hello, Ducket. And I do see that Yandere redeem. And, no, I did not ever see the live action. Though that would be interesting. But it will take me a moment. I will get to that Yandere redeem, as well as get the 3DO and everything set up. And we actually have a bit of a change of pace here. Because we actually have, instead of using the Spotify, we have this. Hello, Rainy ENPT. Hello, hello. We have this track made by Ark for ASMR stuff. So I'm hoping that you guys like it because it's kind of a music box version of my background, which will be used for when debut happens. You guys will get to hear it all the time. But I thought that it would be nice background music this time for, just reading. So let me know if it needs to be turned up or down or anything for you guys. So yeah, everything's a little bit new today. But please give Captain a moment while she sets up everything. So please excuse me. Let's see. Can you guys hear everything? Are we good? Are we good? Is it too loud? Need more? Need less? The 3DO is a little bit far away from me, so let me know if I need to turn it up. Hello. Hello, my treasures. Hello, hello. Yes, it is a big book. I can actually make it a little bit smaller, but you see here, I wanted kind of a big book because my book is rather big. See, I can make it a little bit smaller, just like that. It's a big. Music could be toned down just a wee bit. Okay. Now it seems to scale. All right. How about that? Is that better? That good? The book is eating you? No, it's not. I promise it's not. But some fun sound just before we start. Welcome aboard Top Hat Dino to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. You hear that? All these sick pages. Like, look. This is a chunky boy. But yeah, we're gonna read the introduction. So, I am not a chinchilla, though I will let that comment slide just this once. Stretchy stretch. All right. Up, left, right, and down. Good stretch. So let's see what we got here. We are going to start with the introduction, which I'm a little nervous because I've never read anything like on stream before. So please do bear with me if I do make a bit of an oopsie. You wouldn't make fun of me, would you? All right. Charles Ludwig Dodgson, born 1832 to about 1898, the man whom the world knows as Lewis Carroll, is most often recalled in caricature as a perfect specimen of prudish bachelor and eccentric Oxford don, a sort of Victorian nutty professor with predilection, innocent or otherwise, for the companionship of young girls. We're reading Alice in Wonderland. We're going to read that, but this is kind of a book that has all of Lewis Carroll's works, so it does have a bit of a introduction to who Lewis Carroll was. He was a weird guy. Yeah, it takes a weird person to come up with a weird story like Alice in Wonderland. Also, welcome aboard, Dark Cross 78 to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And now you can't escape, because now you're going to be hearing my lovely voice, and you're going to want to drift off to sleep. Alright, back to it. Lewis Carroll, as James Joyce remarked, summarizing a body of suspicion that gathered in force at the overheated atmosphere of the 1920s and 30s surrounding Freud's ocular pronouncements on sex, repression, and the unconscious of our dreams. Critics of those years tend either to eye Carroll's best-known literary fantasies as products of the author's subconscious mind, as A.M.E. Goldschmidt ventured to do in 1933, or counterwise, as Edmund Wilson observed to revel nostalgically in the Wonderland's creator's delightfulness and cuteness, but without giving him any serious attention. We are going to be reading Alice in Wonderland. It is, in fact, in the description down below. Yeah, you're going to drift off forever and only hear the sound of wonderful Captain Pearl as she reads Alice in Wonderland. I do hope that you guys enjoy this, because I really did want to read something like this, like a bedtime story. I think that would be nice. Couldn't see on mobile, understand. But we're reading Alice in Wonderland, though this is a bit of an introduction. In 1932, centenary of Carroll's birth, Wilson reported at the time he had failed to inspire even one significant reappraisal of that most interesting man's literary varied output, a large proportion of which had been allowed to go out of print. Yet, said Wilson, the truth is that if Dodgson and his work were to be shown as an organic whole, his nonsense would not seem to be the anomaly which it usually is represented as being. Well, you can always listen to my voice forever, Reese. That's what all the VODs are for. And of course, there are the YouTube ones that get put there as well. So, welcome, Sir Salamandra, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. From his magisterial high perch at the New Republic, Wilson proceeded to call for England's non-such press to publish a nimbus to the plan of the firm's Blake and Dawn compatriots. In 1936, the press obliged by issuing an edition with an introduction by Alexander Woollcott, in which, strikingly under the circumstances, Woollcott chose to confine his breezy remarks almost entirely to Carroll as an author of the Alice books, casting his lot with the nostalgia buffs over the Freudians, and ignoring altogether the third possibility signaled by Wilson. Woollcott concluded, those of us who own memories of childhood are inexcusably interwoven with the all-gay tapestry of Alice. Would rather leave unexplored the shy, retreating man who had left such a bubbling laughter in his legacy to the world. Yet Alice Adventures in Wonderland, in 1865, and its Looking Glass sequel, in 1872, are themselves among the most defiantly unsentimental, least nostalgic books ever written for children, or about childhood, and while critics have long since taken note of this fact, see for instance the essays collected by The Aspects of Alice, edited by Robert Phillips, most Carolines probably have yet to look much beyond the author's two most famous comic providences to see where Alice belongs in their larger context of Lewis Carroll's many-sided creativity. The present volume, which does not include the Russian journal, Carroll's one travel book, or the bulk of Carroll's scientific writings, is herewith offered as a remedy to readers curious to do so. Carroll was a conspicuous experimenter in the fields of children's literature, photography, and, as has only recently come to be appreciated, in mathematics and logic, the two disciplines he taught. His first book for young readers has often been told had its origins in story improvised during a summer outing for the entertainment of three small children, the daughters of the Dean of Christ Church, Oxford, where 31-year-old Dodgson was then a mathematical lecturer. That was in 1862, and then later he yielded the middle sister Alice Little's request that he write a story down. He produced a homemade book to her, handwritten, self-illustrated, in time for Christmas. One of the best-known children's books till then, Heinrich Hoffmann's Struppelwelper, or Slovenly Peter, in 1845, had similar beginnings as a Frankfurt pediatrician's present for his son. Hoffman had gone shopping for a suitable gift book, and having found all the selections either saccharine or moralistic, he had returned home with a blank notebook and set himself to work in a high-strung spirit of parody. In the first of Alice's books, which literary friends pursued Dogston to publish, and which he chose to do under a pseudonym. Carroll, likewise revered in some of his most pointed satire for the didactic tradition of children's literature, with its battery of scare tactics and penchant for deceptively clear-cut pronouncements on good and bad behavior. In Wonderland, Alice searches her memory in vain for lessons learned from such books that might now serve her. Hello, Dragu. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for dropping by and cheering me on. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I'm not overly interactive with chat. Welcome, welcome, PieBoy31 and Ethan JWYT to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. You guys enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follows, as well as Little Ghost 99999. I do hope that you enjoy your vacation as well. So feel free to pull up a basket chair and get comfy and cozy, because we are just reading a bit of an introduction before we get down to reading Alice in Wonderland. And I hope that we can finish Alice at least a couple chapters. I might do this for the Saturday night snooze cruise if this goes well, if you guys really do enjoy it. Alright. For she had read several of the nice little histories about children who had gotten burnt and eaten by wild beasts, and many other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very, very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. Slouching through Wonderland, Alice never gets her wish for an all-purpose book of rules, but she does learn not to put undue faith in sham books like those often offered to her contemporaries. Carroll was contemptuous of the sentimental strain of children's literature that Hoffman before him had found inadequate. Hardly the fey nature sprite of such books, Alice considers in her own mind whether the pleasure of making daisy chains is worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies. She clearly has a good head on her shoulders, though the changing relationship of that head to its young mistress's body proves a source not just some of the Wonderland's most hilarious set pieces, but of the most powerful representations of complex rhythms of growing up. Alice is most remarkable, however, for the fact that much of the narrative she has made to seem in such an utterly disagreeable character. Alice is demanding, petty, snobbish, demeaning, selfish, rude, not someone the reader would likely wish to know, much less be. In this, Alice's books make a string of departure from the traditional types of narrative centered around the exploits of a conventionally worthy hero or heroine. Carroll's game is rather more of extravagance and one of entangling readers in a sort of Wonderland/Looking-Glass predicament of their own, a challenging maze of puzzles, images, logical conundrums, and ambiguous characters and remarks, a world of shifting context and elastic intentions, in which virtually nothing can be taken for granted. Like Alice, readers are thrown back onto their wits to grapple the best they can with the ludicrous spectacle of pot-tossing parents, cardboard soldiers, ineffectual kings and queens, and their equally unworthy authority figures. The Alice books comprise a bracing as well as an outrageously funny guide to what not to believe. Writers are varied as Franz Kafka, Andre Breton, Vladimir Nabokov, W.H. Auden, and Groucho Marx have found themselves instructive. In his photographs of children, Carroll captured something very like the Alice's spirit of clear-eyed skepticism and intelligent curiosity. That Carroll in his mid-20s took up photography as a serious avocation less than 20 years after the camera's invention itself is a reflection of his own curiosity and predisposition to experimentation. In this photography extraordinary, an early squib, he makes a sly case for photography as an art form by conjecturing up the absurdity of a camera-like device capable of producing memorable novels by strictly mechanical means. Carroll's point was that if the viewer is genuinely moved by a photograph, something more than a technological trick must be responsible. When his own best images of child subjects are placed beside those of his most celebrated contemporary, Julia Margaret Cameron, one sees that too. Carroll lifted romanticism awfully hazy veil for a harder-edged, more psychologically acute type of portraiture. His portraits of young girls in the nude, for obvious reasons of the subject, much of the malicious speculation about the man were, in fact, with one known exception, among the more conventional photographic images. The elaborate hand tanning that Carroll's commissioned for 3 of the 4 extant photographs of this kind effectively clothed them in layers of ideal innocence, James Joyce notwithstanding. The evidence bearing on the making of the photographs tends to confirm that Carroll's own innocence in the enterprise. But the 4th surviving nude photograph is unmistakably erotic in tenor. The portrait, like the passages in Alice's books in which the heroine chucks her good manners for a romp in the fast lane of her more primitive drives, more likely marks Carroll as a precursor of Freud. However, that would be patient. The word games Carroll invented are still good fun for people who like that sort of thing. Doublets, a game involving a series of letter substitutions by means of which starting a word, black, for example, is changed into an antonym of the same number of letters, white. Can also be read as a playful gloss on the Wonderland insight that language has its life of its own, quite apart from that which we intend for it. The letter-by-letter transformations of doublets, cat, cot, cog, dog. Recall on the literary plane that Alice's free-for-all descent into the rabbit hole, during the course of which words she thought she knew would run together in her mind and become interchangeable when she realizes they lack the power to save her. And here Alice went on saying to herself, "Do cat eat bats? Do cat eat bats?" And sometimes, do bats eat cats? For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way that she put it. And in the looking-glass, Humpty Dumpty sounds less convincing when he boasts, "When I use a word, it means what I choose it to mean, neither more or less. The question is, which is to be mastered? That's all." Which indeed, as Carroll demonstrates time and again, words really stand on perfect alignment with the meanings that we assign to them. When held up to close inspection, opposites generally found to rest on the arbitrary assumptions that cloud, not clarify, our thoughts. Carroll, the son of high church cleric and himself a church deacon, was a devoutly religious man. Perhaps no detail of his biography has proven more bothersome for some of his admirers, those who have wanted to imagine him only as a iconoclast. Detractors, in turn, have cited his piety as evidence in itself of fundamentally repressed or divided nature. It is also possible, however, to see that Carroll's authorship of the Alice books and some of his other major nonsense work, The Hunting of the Snark, as wholly consistent with his religious convictions, especially as the latter impinging on his belief in the spiritual purity of children. Nonsense writing suited Carroll in the best part because it took for it granted that the young were too knowing to mistake the genre's wild characters and plots for real world signs and reflections. Children were capable of both smiling over Alice's and of the serious contemplating of God's word. As a sensibly proposed to the preface of Sylvie and Bruno, a skillfully abridged, well-illustrated Bible might have been a better chance of holding to young readers' interest than the ponderous standard editions that are being offered to them for study. And in his introduction to E.G. Wilcox's The Lost Plum Cake, he proposed that children in church be permitted to read for pleasure rather than being forced to attend long, potentially interesting-meaning sermons. Alice Among the Hymnals sounds to be improbable at first, but Carroll's sympathetic concerns for children's needs supplies the common thread. Alright. Sylvie and Bruno, and its sequel Sylvie and Bruno Concluded, together constitute Carroll's most ambitious literary experiment in meandering, polyphonic fantasies for advanced Carrolltons. They meet with a cool reception in the author's lifetime, and were therefore all but forgotten until quite recently in the Carroll Centenary exhibition held in Columbia University in the spring of 1932. Hello. Nice to see you. We're actually reading a bit of an introduction before we start reading Alice in Wonderland, so feel free to get very comfortable as it is story time. We're going to be doing that in a little bit. But we are going to finish a bit of an introduction to just kind of explain who Lewis Carroll is and his many works, which the two most notable are Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking-Glass, its sequel. The two books were relegated to the section devoted to minor works by the time most of the important Carrollton celebration a half a century later. However, scholars had begun to offer more of a positive appraisals of his books than the author himself had counted among his major achievements. This elevation in critical standing has, it seems to be clear, resulted in only in part from the personal need for new grist for the publish or perish academic mill, or the publish and perish, as Carroll himself would doubtless have thought to be more precise. The Sylvie and Bruno books can be read for all the pleasures and insights that an extraordinary artist sketchbooks might be expected to yield. Memorable and aphorisms, brilliant comedic set pieces like the one in the chapter of which Sylvie and Bruno called An Outlandish Watch, in which everything happens in reverse action, and asides that shields a light on the author's creative process. There is less of a moralizing and a good deal more high-spirited virtuosity in the two books than one might ever have guessed from their old, still lingering reputation. Moreover, the element of melodramatic romance and the supposedly sentimental portrayal of the story's child prodigies and protagonists, both of which have been often cited as flawed, seeming now for the postmodern readers to have acquired a beguiling, strangely cartoonish aspect. It is thought that in his search for connecting links between its spiritual dimension of the human experience and purely intellectual dimension, which had been the focus of his earlier writings on logic and in the nonsense vein, Carroll deliberately apparated the collage together a range of most conventional narrative forms and types available to him as a means to the visionary end of looking past all artifice. Carroll's search for the essentials took many forms. In letters written in July of 1885 to a child's friend's mother, Carroll, who was then 53, took the occasion to reflect on the various of religious faith. "My dear father," he wrote, "had been a high church man, and I have seen little to cause to modify the views I have learned from him, though perhaps I regard holding of a different view a less important matter than he did. As life draws nearer to its end, I feel more and more clearly that it was not a matter of in the least. And at the last day, what form of religion a man has professed. Time and time again, the legendary donnishness provides to have amounted to little more than a gentlemanly outward dress of his unfettered and extraordinary openly mind." Alright, so we are now starting Alice's adventures in Wonderland. So let's go down the rabbit hole. Alright. There's a poem at the beginning. "All in a golden afternoon, fully leisurely we glide, for both our oars with little skill, by little arms are piled, with little hands make vain pretense, our wanderings to guide. Ah, cruel thee in such an hour, beneath such a dreamy weather, to beg a tale of breath too weak to stir the tiniest feather. Yet what can one poor voice avail against three tongues together? Imperious Prima flashes forth her edict to begin it. The gentler tones screw no hopes, there will be nonsense in it, while Tertia erupts in a tale no more than once a minute. Anon to sudden silence won, its fancy they pursue, the dream child moving through a land of wonders wild and new. In friendly chat with bird or beast, if half believed it true, and ever is the story dream of wells of fancy dry, the faintly stove the weary one to put the subject by. The rest next time, it is next time, the happy voices cry. Thus grew the tale of Wonderland, thus slowly one by one, the quaint events were hammered out, and now the tale is done. And home we steer a merry crew beneath the setting sun. Alice a childish story take, and with a gentle hand lay it where childhood dreams are twined in memory's mystic band, like pilgrim weathers, wreath of flowers plugged in off far land." Alright. Chapter 1. Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank, and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making daisy chains would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran closer by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall too be late." When she thought it over afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered about this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet for it. flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it, and burning with curiosity she ran across the field after it, and was just in time to see it plop down into a rather large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself before she found herself falling down what seemed to be a very, very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her, to wonder what was going to happen next. First she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything, and then she looked to see the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with the cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung among pegs. She took a jar down from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labeled orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody underneath, so managed to put it on one of the cupboards as she fell past it. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I shall think of nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll think of me at home. Why wouldn't I say anything about it, even if I fell off to the top of the house? Which was very likely true. Down, down, down. Would the fall never come to an end? I wonder how many miles I've fallen at this time, she said aloud. I must be getting somewhere near the center of the earth. Let me see. That would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For you see, Alice had learned several things in this sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and thought that this was not a very good opportunity of showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to even listen to her. Still, it was good practice to say it over. Yes, that's about right, distance. But then, I wonder what longitude and latitude I've gotten to. Alice had not the slightest idea what latitude was, nor longitude either, but she thought that they were very nice and grand words to say. Thank you for the Arawada. I will take a sip. Thank you. There we go. Are we still good? Is the audio still good? Are we all comfy? I appreciate it. Alright. Presently she began again. I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it will seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downwards. The Antipalathines, I think. She was rather glad that there was no one listening this time, as it didn't sound at all to be the right word. But I shall have to ask them what the name of the country is. You know, please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia? And then she tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying as you're falling through the air. Do you think you can manage it? And what an ignorant little girl. She'll think of me for asking. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written upon somewhere. Venomous Prime, thank you. Thank you for subscribing for 5 months. You know what that means. People are getting kisses. And I think I believe that I owe Yui 5 kisses and my sister 4 as well. And then an extra kiss. 15 kisses. Why? Because I say so. Yes, I've already started doing kisses. Shh, shh, shh. Everybody, look, I just want to give crew kisses and read them a lovely bedtime story. So no judgment. I won't have it. Alright? Kisses never so sweet. I have many sweet some kisses never so sweet. Shh. I am very sweet. But now yes, otter kisses. It's okay. It's alright. I stopped because it was the end of the paragraph. So it's fine. Thank you, Venomous Prime. I appreciate it. But we will be getting back to it. Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice soon began talking again. Dinah'll miss me very much tonight, I should think. Dinah was the cat. I hope that they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat. And that's very much like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder? And here Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on to saying to herself in a dreamy sort of way, Do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? And sometimes do bats eat cats? For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she had put it. She had felt that she was dozing off and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dinah and was saying to her very earnestly, "Now, Dinah, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat?" And suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Yes, all of my kisses are... You're not wrong, Elle, but it costs you all of nothing to say it. It also costs you all of nothing to not say it. Alice was not a bit hurt, and she jumped up onto her feet in the moment. She looked up, but it was dark all over. Before her was another long passage, and the white rabbit was still in sight. Hurrying down it, there was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say as it turned a corner, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it is getting!" She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She had found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked, and when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever get out again. "You're not that late. We just started. Alice has just fallen down the rabbit hole and reached the bottom. She is now checking all the doors and is pretty confused as to how she will find herself out." Suddenly she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it but a tiny golden key, and Alice's first idea was that it might belong to one of the doors of the hall, but alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small. But at any rate it would not open any of them. However, on the second time round she came upon a low curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight it fit. Alice opened the door and found that it led out to a small passage, not much larger than the rat hole. She had knelt down and looked along the passage to the loveliest garden you have ever seen. How she longed to get out of that dark hall and wander among those beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains, but she couldn't even get her head through the doorway. And even if my head would go through, thought poor Alice, it would be very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could if I only knew how to begin, for you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened lately that Alice had begun to think the very few things indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules, or for shutting up people like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, which certainly was not there before, said Alice, and tied around the neck of the bottle was a paper label, with the words, "Drink me," beautifully printed in large letters. It was all very well to say, "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. "No, I'll look first," she said, "and see whether it is marked poison or not," for she had read several nice little stories about children who had gotten burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that the red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger on very, very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that if you drink too much from a bottle marked poison, it will most certainly disagree with you, sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, finding it very nice. It had in fact a sort of mixed flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, hot buttered toast, and she very soon found herself finishing it off. Hello, Laiso-senpai. I am well. We are doing a bit of a reading of Alice in Wonderland, and we have just gotten to the part where she is drinking from the drink me bottle. So sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy story time. I'm having a lot of fun. What a curious feeling, said Alice. I must be shutting up like a telescope. And so it was indeed that she was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size to go through the little door into that lovely garden. It is the tiny juice. It is the tinifying juice. It is the minifying juice bottle. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this, for I might end, you know, said Alice to herself, in my going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then. And she tried to fancy what a flame of a candle looks like after the candle is blown out, for she could not remember having ever seen such a thing. After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice, when she got to the door she found that she had forgotten the little golden key, and when she went back to the table for it she found that she could not possibly reach it. She could quite plainly see through the glass, and she tried her best to climb up one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery, and when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. "Come, there's no use in crying like that," said Alice to herself rather sharply. "I advise you leave off this minute." She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it, and sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears to her own eyes. And once she remembered trying to box her own ears, and once she remembered for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she was playing against herself. For this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people. But it is no use now, thought poor Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person. Soon her eye fell upon the little glass box that was lying under the table. She had opened it and found a very small cake, to which the words "Eat me" were beautifully marked in curtains. "Well, I'll eat it," said Alice, "and if it makes me grow larger I can reach the key, and if it makes me grow smaller I can creep out underneath the door, so either way I'll get into the garden, so I do not care what happens." She ate a little bit, and said anxiously to herself, which way, holding on to the hand at the top of her head to feel which way she was growing, and she was quite surprised to find herself remained the same size. To be sure, this is what generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice has gotten so much into the way of expecting nothing but out-of-the-way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way, so she set to work and very soon finished off the whole cake. I see. Stretchy stretch. Up, left, right, and down. Wonderful. We're starting on Chapter 2, The Pool of Tears. "Curiouser and curiouser," cried Alice. She was so much surprised for the moment that she had quite forgotten how to speak good English. Yes, it goes a lot faster than you think. So, I wonder how far we'll get tonight. As we are reading for about 4 hours. We might even finish. If we do, then maybe we'll start on the looking glass next. Alright. Now I'm opening up the largest telescope that ever was. Goodbye, feet. For when she looked down at her feet, they seemed to be almost out of sight. They were getting so far off. Oh, my poor little feet, I wonder who will put on your shoes and stockings for you now, dears. I'm sure I shouldn't be able. I should be a great deal too far off to trouble myself about you. You must manage the best that you can, but I must be kind to them, thought Alice, or perhaps they wouldn't walk the way that I want them to go. Let's see, I will give them a new pair of boots every Christmas. And she went on planning herself how she would manage it. They must go by carrier, she thought, and how funny it would seem sending them presents to one's own feet, and how odd the directions will look. Alice's right foot, Esquire, hearthrug, near the fender, with Alice's love. Oh dear, what nonsense I must be talking. Good night. Good night, Trip. Have wonderful dreams. Good night. Goodbye. And thank you for stopping by. Just at this moment her head struck against the roof of the hall. In fact, she was now rather more than 9 feet high, and she at once stood up with the little golden key and hurried off to the garden door. Poor Alice, it was much she could do, lying down on one side, looking through into the gardens with one eye, but to get through was more hopeless than ever. She had sat down and began to cry again. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, said Alice, a great girl like you, she might as well say this, to go on crying this way. Stop it this moment, I tell you. But then she went on all the same, shedding gallons of tears until there was a large pool around her, about 4 inches deep and reaching halfway down the hall. After a time she heard a little pattering of feet in the distance, and she hastily dried her eyes to see what was coming. It was a white rabbit, returning splendidly dressed, with a pair of white kid gloves in one hand and a large fan in the other. He came trotting out in a great hurry, muttering to himself as he came, "Oh, the Duchess, oh, won't she be savage if I have to keep her waiting?" Alice felt so desperate that she was ready to ask any help of anyone. So when the rabbit came near her, she began in a low, timid voice, "If you please, sir." The rabbit started violently, dropping the white kid gloves and the fan, and scurried away to the darkness as hard as he could. Alice took up the fan and gloves, and, as the hall was very hot, she kept fanning herself all the time she went on talking. "Dear, dear, how queer everything is today, and yesterday things went on as usual. I wonder if I've changed the night. Let me think. Was I the same when I got up this morning? I almost think I can remember feeling a little different,
But if I'm not the same, the next question is, who the world am I? Ah, that's a great puzzle. She began thinking over the children she knew that were the same age as herself to see if she could have been changed for any of them. Yes, Alice has named her feet Alice left foot, Alice right foot. I think that's what is, and Heartstrung. I think it's supposed to be like an affirmation, like to herself. So I would have probably named my feet something a little bit more creative rather than Alice's left foot and Alice's right foot. I'm sure I'm not Ada, she said, for her hair goes on long ringlets, and mine doesn't go for ringlets at all. And I'm sure I can't be Mabel, for I know all sorts of things that she knows very little. Besides, she's she, and I'm I. And oh dear, how puzzling it all is. I'll try if I know all the things that I used to know. Let me see. 4 times 5 is 12, and 4 times 6 is 13, and 4 times 7 is, oh dear, I shall never be able to get to 20 at this rate. However, the multiplication table doesn't signify. Let's try geography. London is the capital of Paris, and Paris is the capital of Rome, and Rome is... Oh no! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! Hello! Boo-boo! It's Boo-boo! It's Bubbly Banana! Hello, Boo-boo! How are you doing today? Let me get you a shout-out really quickly. Let me just place my book in my lap. Hello! Welcome, sweetie, Opaline, and Latonek to the ASMOtter Traveler. Thank you guys so much for dropping by. 1 second as I just give out a quick shout out at Bubbly Banana Bun. Hello, Bun. Did you guys have fun? Were you guys doing some ASMR? Well, I'm hoping that everybody is interested in the idea of listening to Alice in Wonderland. Hi, Raz. Hi. I'm so glad to see you. Hello. Thank you, Bun. Thank you, Bun. You know what? I have to give Bun a bit of a smoochie. There you go. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Good, Bun. Also, welcome Linux Surge to the ASMOtter Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you guys so much for the follow. We are currently on Chapter 2, The Pool of Tears in Alice in Wonderland. So I hope you guys are ready for a nice bedtime story. That's all wrong, I'm certain. I must have been changed for Mabel. I'll try and say, how doth the little... And she crossed her hands on her laps as if she was saying lessons, and began to repeat it, but her voice sounded hoarse and strange, and the words did not come out the same as they used to. How doth the little crocodile... Oh, thank you, Raz, for the gift sub to Sweet Opaline. Please enjoy the emotes. Thank you. I appreciate it. How doth the little crocodile improve his shining tail, and pour the waters of the Nile on every golden scale? How cheerfully he seems to grin, how neatly spreads his claws, and welcomes little fishies in with gently smiling jaws. That means he's gonna eat them. Anyway, I'm sure those are not the right words, said poor Alice, and her eyes filled with tears again as she went on. I must be Mabel after all, and I shall have to go on and live in that poky little house, and have next to no toys to play with, and ever so many lessons to learn. No, I've made up my mind about it. If I'm Mabel, I'll stay down here. It'll be no use in their putting their heads down and saying, come up again, dear. I shall only look up and say, who am I then? Tell me that first, and then, if I like being that person, I'll come up. Suspicious Lantern, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Bun. Bun, I hope that you enjoy the emotes. They are very cute. So thank you. There are 2 kisses to give. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll stay down here until I'm somebody else, but oh dear, cried Alice, with a sudden burst of tears. I do wish they would put their heads down. I am so very tired of being all alone here, as she said, and she looked down at her hands and was surprised to see that she had put on one of the rabbit's little white kid gloves while she was talking. How can I have done that? She thought. I must be growing small again. She got up and went to the table to measure herself by it, and found that she was nearly as she could guess. She was now about 2 feet high, was going on shrinking rapidly. She soon found that she was the cause of this with the fan that she was holding, and she dropped it hastily in time to save herself from shrinking altogether. That was a narrow escape, said Alice, a good deal frightened in the sudden change, but very glad to find herself still in existence. And now for the garden. And she ran away at all speed back to the little door, but alas, the little door was shut again, and there was a little golden key lying on the glass table as before, and things were worse than ever, thought the poor child, for I was never so small as this before, never, and I declare that it's too bad that it is. As she said these words, her foot slipped, and in another moment, splash! She was up to her chin in salt water. Her first idea is that she had somehow fallen into the sea. And in that case I could go back to the railway, she said to herself. Alice had been to the seaside once in her life, and had come to the general conclusion that wherever you go on the English coast, you'll find a number of bathing machines in the sea, some children digging in the sand with wooden spades, and a row of lodging-houses, and behind them a railway station. However, as soon as she made out that she was in the pool of tears of which she had wept, when she was 9 feet high. I wish I hadn't cried so much, said Alice, as she swam about, trying to find her way out. I shall be punished for it now, I suppose, by being drowned by my own tears. That will be a queer thing, to be sure. However, everything is queerer today. Just then, as she heard something splashing about in the pool a little way off, she swam nearer to make out, and the first thing that she thought it might be a walrus or a hippopotamus, but then remembered how small that she was now, and soon made it out that it was only a mouse who had slipped in just like herself. Would it be of any use now, thought Alice, to speak to this mouse? Everything's so out of the way down here. I should think very likely that it can talk at this rate, and there's no harm in trying, so she began, "Oh, Mouse, do you know the way out of this pool? I'm so very tired of swimming out here. Oh, Mouse!" Alice thought that this must have been the right way of speaking to a mouse. She had never done such a thing before, but she remembered having seen her brother's Latin grammar, a mouse of a mouse to a mouse, oh mouse. The mouse looked rather inquisitively, and seemed to her to wink with one of its little eyes, but it said nothing. Perhaps it doesn't understand English, thought Alice. I dare say it's French mouse, come over with William the Conqueror. For, to all of her knowledge of history, Alice had no very clear notion of how long ago anything happened. So she began again, "Oh, est machate," which was the first sentence in her French lesson book. The mouse gave a sudden leap out of the water and seemed to quiver all over with fright. "Oh, I beg your pardon," cried Alice hastily, after finding out that she had hurt the poor animal's feelings. "I quite forgot you don't like cats." "No, I like cats," said the mouse in a shrill, passionate voice. "Would you like cats if you were me?" "Well, perhaps not," said Alice in a soothing tone. "Don't be angry about it. And yet I wish to show you our cat Dinah. I think that you would take a fancy to cats if you could only see her. She is such a dear and quiet thing," Alice went on, half to herself, as she swam lazily about in the pool. "And she sits purring so nicely by the fire, licking her paws and watching her face. And that she is such a nice, soft thing to nurse. And that she is a capital one for catching mice. Oh, I beg your pardon," cried Alice again, for this time the mouse was bristling all over, and she felt as certain that it really must be offended. "We won't talk about her any more if you'd rather not." "Well, indeed," cried the mouse, who was trembling down to the end of the tail. "As if I would talk about such a subject. Our family always hated cats, nasty, lowly, vulgar things. Don't let me hear that name again." "I won't indeed," said Alice, in a great hurry to change the subject of conversation. Are you fond of dogs?" The mouse did not answer, so Alice went on eagerly. "There's a nice little dog near our house I should like to show you, a bright-eyed terrier, you know, the one with the long curly brown hair, and it fetch things for you when you throw them. It would sit up and beg for its dinner and all sorts of things I can't remember. Half of them. It belongs to a farmer, you know, and he says it's oh so useful, worth £100. He says it kills all the rats and—" "Oh, dear!" cried Alice in a sorrowful tone. "I'm afraid I've offended you again." For the mouse was swimming away from her as it could go, and making quite a commotion in the pool as it went. So she went to softly call after it, "Mouse dear, do come back again. We won't talk about cats or dogs either, if you don't like them." And when the mouse heard this, it turned around and swam slowly back to her. Its face was quite pale, with passion, Alice thought, and as it said in a low, trembling voice, "Let us go to shore, and then I'll tell you my history, and you'll understand why it is that I hate cats and dogs." It was high time to go, for the pool was getting quite crowded in the birds and animals that had fallen into it. There was a duck, a dodo, a lory, an eaglet, and several other curious creatures. Alice led the way, and the whole party swam to shore. I like the dialect in this story. I like this story. I think it's fun to read, even if sometimes it doesn't really make all that much sense. But it's fun. I appreciate it. Welcome. Stoner Sayan, SF Noshabes, Mozart, and Edwin 5010 to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. We are now in Chapter 3, A Cactus Face and a Long Tail. They were indeed queer-looking parties that assembled on the bank, the birds with draggled feathers, and animals with their fur clinging to them, all dripping wet, cross, and uncomfortable. The first question, of course, was how to get dry again, for they had a consultation about this, and after a few minutes it seemed quite natural to Alice to find herself talking familiarly with them, as she had known them all her life. Indeed, she had quite a long argument with the Lory, who had last turned sulky, and would only say, "I'm older than you, thus I must know better." And this Alice would not allow without knowing how old it was, and the Lory positively refused to tell its age. There was no more to be said. At last the mouse, who seemed to be a person of some authority among them, cried out, "Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll make you soon dry enough." They all sat down at once in a large ring, with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously fixed on it, for she felt that she would catch bad cold if she did not get dry very soon. "Ahem," said the mouse with an important air. "Are you all ready? This is the driest thing I know. Silence all around, if you please." William the Conqueror, whose cause was favored by the Pope, was soon submitted by the English, who wanted leaders, and had been of much late much more accustomed to usurpation and conquest. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria. "Ugh," said the Lory with a shiver. "I beg your pardon," said Mouse, frowning, but very politely. "Did you speak?" "Not I," said the Lory. "I thought you did," said the mouse. "I proceed. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, declared for him, and even stagnated a patriarch archbishop for the Canterbury, found it advisable." "Found what?" said the duck. "Found it," the mouse replied, rather crossly. "Of course you know what it means." "I know what it means well enough, for I find a thing." Also, thank you, Raz, for the 5 biddies. I appreciate them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, welcome aboard Illuminat It to the SS Otterworldly Traveler as well. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follows. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are getting on to Alice trying to be dry. I think that the dry part is that it's a very dry lesson, so that should dry them. I think I get this joke. "I know what it means well enough when I find a thing," said Duck. "It's generally a frog or a worm. The question is, what did the Archbishop find?" The mouse did not notice this question, but hurriedly went on, found it advisable to go on with Edgar Atheling to meet William and offer him the crown. William's conduct at first was moderate, but the insolence of his Normans— "How are you getting on now, my dear?" it continued, turning to Alice as it spoke. "As wet as ever," said Alice in a melancholy tone. "It doesn't seem very dry to me at all." "In that case," said the dodo solemnly, rising to its feet, "I move that our meeting adjourn for a more intermediate adoption of the more energetic remedies." "Speak English," said the eaglet. "I don't know the meaning of half those long words, and what's more, I don't believe you do either." And the eaglet bent down to its head to hide a smile. Some of the other birds tittered audibly. "What I was going to say," said the dodo in an offended tone, "was that the best thing to get us dry would be the caucus race." "What is a caucus race?" said Alice. Not that she much wanted to know, but the dodo had paused as if it thought somebody ought to speak, and no one else seemed inclined to say anything. "Why," said the dodo, "the best way to explain is to do it. And as you might like to try the thing yourself some winter day, I will tell you how the dodo managed it. First, it had marked out a race course in some sort of circle. The exact shape doesn't matter, it said. And then all the party were placed along the course, here and there was no 1, 2, 3, and away, but it began running when they liked and left off when they liked, so it was not an easy thing to know when the race was over. However, when they had all been running in half an hour or so, they were quite dry again, and the dodo suddenly called out, "The race is over!" And they all crowded around it, panting and asking, "But who won?" The question the dodo could not answer without a great deal of thought, and it stood for a long time with one finger pressed to its forehead, the position in which you usually see Shakespeare in pictures of him. While it rested and waited in silence, at last the dodo said, "Everybody has won, and all must have prizes." "But who is to give the prizes?" said the chorus of voices asked. "Why, she, of course," said the dodo, pointing to Alice with one finger, and the whole party at once crowded around her, calling out in a confused way, "Prizes, prizes, prizes, prizes." Alice had no idea what to do, and in despair she put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a box of comfits. Luckily the salt water had not gotten to it, and handed them out as prizes. There was exactly 1 piece all around, but she must have a prize herself, you know, said the mouse. "Of course," the dodo replied very gravely. "What else have you got in your pocket?" it went to, turning into Alice. "Only a thimble," said Alice sadly. "Hand it over here," said to the dodo, and then they all crowded around her once more. The dodo solemnly pressed the thimble, saying, "We beg your acceptance of this elegant thimble," and went in hand to finish a short speech. They all cheered. I'm doing well. I'm having a wonderful time as we're reading Alice in Wonderland, and I'm glad that this is perfect while you're finishing work. I thought this would be fun to do a story reading time. I don't know if everybody else is enjoying it as much as I am, but I am enjoying it quite a lot. I love this book. Hello, Debron James. Hello, hello. It's wonderful to see you again. And thank you, Wayfeet, for the host. I appreciate it. There you go. I also really like the fact that you get to hear the pages turn. This book actually has gold leafage. How long will I be streaming? Usually I stream for about 4 hours, and we are just 1 hour into it, so probably for about 3 more. But I am very excited to continue this for a little bit. And we do this every Saturday night. We do ASMR on Saturdays, mostly because it helps me fall asleep. You think the ASMR is for you? No, the ASMR is for me. So, Alice, I promise I'll do my best. Alright. Alice thought the whole thing very absurd, but they all looked so grave that she did not dare to laugh, as she could not think of anything to say. She simply bowed and took the thimble, looking as solemn as she could. The next thing was to eat the comfits. This caused some noise and confusion, as the large birds complained that they could not taste theirs, and the small ones choked and had to be patted on the back. However, it was over at the last, and they sat down in a ring, and begged the mouse to tell them something more. "You promised to tell me your history, you know," said Alice. "And why is it that you hate C and D?" she added in a whisper, half afraid that it would be offended again. "Mine is a long and sad tale," said the mouse, turning to Alice and sighing. "It is a long tale, certainly," said Alice, looking down with the wonders at the mouse's tail. "But why do you call it sad?" And she kept on puzzling about why the mouse was speaking, so her idea of the tale was something like this. While not the story I may have leaned towards, I did think your voice acting with games would be great for story reading. I'm trying my best. It's a little harder because I have dyslexia, so I'm trying to concentrate on reading the words properly. But I do like doing kind of voice acting stuff. Fury said to a mouse that he met in the house. "Let us both go to law. I will propose, shoot you, come I'll take no denial. We must have a trial, for really this modern thing I've nothing to do." Said the mouse to the cur, "Such a trial, dear sir, with no jury or judge, would be a wasting our breath." "I'll be the judge, I'll be the jury," said cunning old Fury. "I'll try the whole cause, and condemn you to death." That was apparently the mouse's tale, though I do not quite understand what has to do with cats or dogs. "You are not attending," said the mouse to Alice severely. "What are you thinking of?" "I beg your pardon," said Alice humbly. "You had got a fifth bend, I think." "I had not," cried the mouse, sharply and vaguely angry. "A nut," said Alice, always ready to make herself useful and looking anxiously about her. "Oh, do let me help you undo it." "I shall do nothing of the sort," said the mouse, getting up and walking away. "You insulted me by talking such nonsense." "I didn't mean it," pleaded poor Alice, "but you're so easily offended, you know." The mouse only growled in reply. "Please come back and finish your story," Alice called after it, and the others all joined in chorus. "Yes, please do." But the mouse only shook its head impatiently and walked a little quicker. "What a pity it wouldn't say," sighed the lory, and soon it was to be quite out of sight. And an old crab took the opportunity of saying to her daughter, "Ah, my dear, let this be a lesson to you, to never lose your temper." "Hold your tongue, Ma," said the young crab, and a little snappishly, "You're enough to try the patience of an oyster." "I wish I had our Dinah here, I know I do," said Alice aloud, addressing nobody in particular. "She'd soon fetch it back." "And who is Dinah, if I might venture to ask a question?" said the lory. Alice replied eagerly, for she was always ready to talk about her pet. "Dinah is our cat, and she has a capital one for catching mice. You can't think. Oh, and I wish you could see her after birds. Why, she'll even eat a little bird as soon as you look at it. The speech caused a remarkable sensation amongst the party. Some of the birds hurried off at once, and one old magpie began whispering to itself very carefully, remarking, "I really must be getting home. The night air doesn't suit my throat." And a canary called out in a trembling voice to his children, "Come away, my dears. It's high time we went to bed." On various pretexts, as they all moved off, and Alice soon was left alone. "Oh, I wish I hadn't mentioned Dinah," she said to herself in a melancholy tone. "Nobody seems to like her down here, and I'm sure she would be the best cat in the world. Oh, my dear Dinah, I wonder if I shall ever see you any more." I watched the original Disney movie from the 50s, and it was one of the reasons why I fell in love with gardenias, because the original diva for Golden Afternoon was a gardenia flower. And it's become my favorite flower since then. It also smells very strongly and very nice. It looks like a rose, but it's not a rose, because roses don't smell near as strong. But as on my birthday, I got a bouquet of gardenia flowers, and they smelled very nice. I was very happy. And here the poor Alice began to cry, for she felt very lonely and low-spirited. And in a little while, however, she had once again heard the little pattering of footsteps in the distance, and she looked up eagerly, half hoping that the mouse had changed his mind and was coming back to finish his story. Alright, we're on Chapter 4, The Rabbit Sends a Little Bill. It was the Red Rabbit, trotting slowly back again, and looking anxiously about it as it went, if it had lost something, and she had heard it muttering to itself, the Duchess, oh, my dear paws, oh, my fur and whiskers, she'll get me executed for sure, as ferrets are ferrets. Where can I have dropped them, I wondered. Alice guessed in a moment that he was looking for the fan and the pair of kid white gloves that she had good-naturedly begun hunting about for them. But they were nowhere to be seen. Everything seemed to have changed since her swim in the pool, at the great hall with the glass table and the little door that had vanished completely. Very soon the rabbit had noticed Alice, as she went hunting about, calling out to her in an angry tone, "Why, Mary Ann, what are you doing here? Run home right this moment and fetch me a pair of gloves and a fan. Quick, quick now!" And Alice, so much frightened that she had ran off once in the direction it pointed to without trying to explain the mistake it had made. "He took me for his housemaid," she said to herself as she ran. "How surprised he'll be when he finds out who I am. But I'd better take him his fan and gloves, that is, if I can find them." And she said this as she came upon a neat little house, in the door of which was bright as brass plate, with the name W. Rabbit engraved upon it. She went in without knocking, and hurried upstairs in a great fear lest that she be met with a real Mary Ann, and turned out of the house before she had found the fan and gloves. "How queer it seems," Alice said to herself, "to be going messages for a rabbit. I suppose Dinah will be sending me out on messages next." And she began fancying the sort of thing that would happen. "Miss Alice, do come directly, and get ready for our walk. Coming in a minute, nurse." "But I've got to watch this mouse hole till Dinah comes back, and see that the mouse doesn't get out. Only I don't think," as Alice went on, "that they'd let Dinah stop out of the house if we began ordering people around like that." By this time she had found her way into a tidy little room, with a table and a window, and on it, as she had hoped, a fan or 2 or 3 pairs of tiny white kid gloves. She took the fan and a pair of gloves, and was just about to leave the room when her eyes fell upon a little bottle that stood near the looking-glass. There was no label on it this time with the words "Drink me," but nevertheless she uncorked it and put it to her lips. "I know something interesting is sure to happen," she said to herself, "whenever I eat or drink anything, so I'll just see what this bottle does. I do hope it'll make me grow large again, for I'm really quite tired of being such a tiny little thing." It did so indeed, and much sooner than she expected. Before she had drunk half the bottle, she found her forehead pressed up against the ceiling, and she had stooped to save her neck from being broken. She hastily put down the bottle, saying to herself, "That's quite enough. I hope I shan't grow any more. As it is, I can't get out the door, and I do wish that I hadn't drunk so much." Alas, it was too late that she had wished that. She went on growing and growing, and soon Mary had to kneel down on the floor. In another minute there was not even room for this, and she had tried the effect of lying down with one elbow against the door, and the other arm curled around her head. Yet she still went on growing. As the last resource, she put one arm out the window, one foot out the chimney, and she said to herself, "Now I can't do more. Whatever happens, what will become of me?" Luckily for Alice, the little magic bottle had now had its full effect, and she grew no larger. She was still very uncomfortable, and there seemed to be no sort of chance for her ever getting out of the room again. No wonder she felt unhappy. Thank you for the Otter Water, Howie Phoenix. I will take a sip. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It was much pleasanter at home, thought poor Alice, when one wasn't always growing larger or smaller or being ordered about by mice and rabbits. I almost wish I hadn't gone down the rabbit hole, and yet, it's rather curious, you know, a sort of life I do wonder. What can have happened to me? When I used to read fairy tales, I fancied the kind of thing never happened, and now here I am in the middle of one. There ought to be a book written about me. There ought to be. And when I grow up, I'll write one. But I'm grown up now, she added with a sorrowful tone. At least there's no room for me to grow up any more. But then, thought Alice, shall I never get any older than I am now? That'll be comforting, in one way, never to be an old woman. But then I'll always have lessons to learn, and I shan't like that. Oh, you foolish Alice, she said to herself. How can you learn lessons in here while there's hardly any room for you, and no room for all the lesson books? And she went on, taking one side and then another, and making quite the conversation of it altogether. Oh, you guys think I'm quite a good reader? To be fair, this is kind of difficult for me, so thank you. Thank you guys for enjoying me reading. Because I have dyslexia, so it makes reading a little bit difficult for me, especially larger words with multiple letters. So I'm doing my very best. So thank you. But after a few minutes she heard a voice outside and stopped to listen. "Marianne, Marianne," said the voice, "fetch me my gloves this moment." Then came a little pattering of feet on the stairs. Alice knew it was the rabbit coming to look for her, and she had trembled till she shook the house, quite forgetting that she was now 1,000 times as large as the rabbit, and had no reason to be afraid of it. Presently the rabbit came up to the door and tried to open it, but as the door opened inwards, and Alice's elbow was pressed hard against it, the attempt proved a failure. Alice heard it say to itself, "Then I'll go around and get in the window." "That you won't," thought Alice, and after waiting till she fancied she heard the rabbit just underneath the window, she suddenly spread out her hand and made a snatch in the air. She did not get hold of anything, but she heard a little shriek and a fall and a crash and a broken glass, from which she concluded that it was possible that it had fallen into a cumbersome frame, or something of the sort. Next came an angry voice, the rabbit's, "Pat, pat, pat, where are you?" And then the voice she had never heard before, "Sure then I'm up here digging for apples, your honour." "Digging for apples, indeed," said the rabbit angrily. "Here, come help me out of this." Sounds more of broken glass. "Now tell me, Pat, what is that in the window?" Sure it's an arm, your honour." He pronounced it arm. "An arm, you goose! Whoever thought of one that size? Why, it fills the whole window. Sure it does, your honour, but I'm an arm for that." Well, it's got no business there, so at any rate go ahead and take it away." There was a long silence after this, and Alice could only hear whispers now and then, such as, "Sure I don't like it, your honour, and all. Do as I tell you, you coward." And for this last she spread out her hand and made another snatch in the air. This time there were 2 little shrieks, and more sounds of broken glass. "What a number of cumbersome frames there is to be," thought Alice. "I wonder what they'll do next. As for pulling me out of the window, I only wish they could. I'm sure I don't want to stay here for any longer." She waited for some time without hearing anything more, and at last came a rumbling of little cartwheels and the sound of a good many voices all talking together. She made out the words, "Where the other ladder?" "Why, I hadn't got to bring one. Bill's got the other. Bill, fetch it here, lad. Now put 'em up at this corner. No, tie 'em together first. No, you don't reach half high enough. Oh, they'll do well enough. Don't be particular. Here, Bill, catch hold of this rope. Will the roof bear? Mind those loose states. Oh, it's coming down. Heads below, a loud crash. Now, who did that? It was Bill. I fancy who's to go around the chimney. Nay, I shan't. You should do it. That I won't. Then Bill's got to go down there. Bill, the master says that you've got to go down the chimney." "Oh, so Bill's come down to the chimney, has he?" said Alice to herself. "Why, they seem to be put everything upon Bill. I wouldn't be in Bill's place if I had a good deal. This fireplace is narrow, to be sure, and I think I can still kick a little." I'm glad that you managed to be here, Sayan. I hope that you enjoy. We are at the point of the story where Alice has made herself far too large inside of the White Rabbit's home, and they have shoot Bill up the ladder to go down the chimney to try and get her out, as he is screaming, "Marianne, Marianne, where are my gloves and fan?" And it seems that a few people have come, a few animal people have come to watch as it's happening. She drew her foot down the chimney as far as she could, and waited till she heard a little animal, she couldn't guess what sort of it was, scratching and scrambling about the chimney close above her, and then saying to it herself, "This is Bill." She gave one sharp kick and waited to see what would happen next. The first thing she heard was a general chorus of, "There goes Bill," said the rabbit's voice. Catch him me by the hedge," and silence, and then another confusion of voices. "Hold up his head, Randy now." "Don't choke him. How was it, old fella? What happened to you? Tell us about it." Last came a little feeble squeaking voice. "That's Bill," thought Alice. Well, I hardly know no more than ye. I'm better now, but I'm a bit too flustered to tell you. All I know is something comes at me like a jack-in-the-box, and I goes up like a skyrocket. Uh, so you did, old fellow, said the others. We must burn the house down, said the rabbit's voice, and Alice called out as loud as she could, If you do, I'll set Dinah on you. There was a deadly silence, instantly, and as Alice thought to herself, I wonder what they will do next. If they had any sense, they'd take the roof off. After a minute or two, they began moving out again, and Alice heard the rabbit say, A barrowful will do, to begin with. A barrowful of what? Thought Alice. But she had no longer to doubt, for the next moment a shower of little pebbles came rattling the window, and some of them hit her in the face. I'll put a stop to this, she said to herself, and shouted out, You better not do that again, from which she produced another dead silence. Alice noted with some surprise that the pebbles were all turning into little cakes as they laid on the floor, and the bright idea came to her head. If I eat one of these cakes, she thought, it's sure to make some change in my size, and as I cannot possibly grow any larger, it must make me smaller, I suppose. So she swallowed one of the cakes and was delightful to find that she began shrinking directly. As soon as she was small enough to get through the door, she ran out of the house and found quite the crowd of little animals, birds, waiting outside. The poor little lizard, Bill, was in the middle of being held up by two guinea pigs, who were rushing to give it something out of a bottle. They had made it a rush at Alice the moment she appeared, but ran off as hard as she could, and soon found herself safe in a thick wood. The first thing I've ought to do, said Alice to herself as she wandered about the wood, is to grow my right height size again, and for the second thing is for me to find my way into that lovely garden. I think that will be the best plan. It sounded like an excellent plan, no doubt very neatly and simply arranged. The only difficulty was that she had not the smallest idea of how to set about it. And while she was peering about anxiously through the trees, a little sharp bark came over her head, making her look up in a great hurry. An enormous puppy was looking down at her with large round eyes and feebly stretching out one paw, trying to touch her. Poor little thing, said Alex in a coaxing tone, as she tried hard to whistle to it, but she was terribly frightened at the same time, and thought that it might be hungry, in which case she would very much like to eat her up in spite of all of her coaxing. Bill does live. Bill just got kicked real hard. They're like, quick, give him some gin. He'll be okay. Hardly knowing what she did, she picked up a little bit of a stick and held it out to the puppy, whereupon the puppy jumped into the air, off all of its feet at once with a yelp of delight, and rushed at the stick, in a make-believe to worry it. Then Alice dodged behind the great thistle to keep herself from being run over, and the moment she appeared on the other side, the puppy made another rush at the stick, and thumbled its head over heels in a hurry to get hold of it. Then Alice, thinking it was very like having a play of game with a cart and horse, expected every moment to be trampled underneath its feet, ran around the thistle once more. Then the puppy began a series of short charges at the stick, running very little ways forwards each time, and a long way back, barking hoarsely all the while, till it at last sat down, a good way off, panting with its tongue hanging out of its mouth, and its great eyes half shut. This seemed to Alice a good opportunity for making her escape, so she set off at once and ran till the puppy was quite tired and out of breath, and till the puppy's bark sounded quite faint and off in the distance. And yet what a dear little puppy it was, said Alice as she leaned against the buttercup to rest herself and fanned herself with one of its leaves. I should have liked teaching it tricks very much, if only I'd been the right size to do it. Oh dear, I'd nearly forgotten that I have to grow up again. Let's see, how is that managed? I suppose I ought to eat or drink something or other, but the great question is what? The great question certainly was what. Alice looked around her at all the flowers and the blades of grass, but she could not see anything that looked to her the right thing to eat or drink under the circumstances. There was a large mushroom growing near her, and at about the same height as herself. When she had looked under it, on both sides of it, and behind it, it occurred to her that she might as well look up and see what was on top of it. She stretched herself up on her tiptoes and peered over the edge of the mushroom, and her eyes immediately met those of one large blue caterpillar, and that was sitting on the top with its arms folded, quietly smoking a long hookah, and taking not the smallest notice of her or anything else. We have reached the caterpillar. Who are you? I once must ask again. Who are you? Alright, chapter 5. Advice from the caterpillar. The caterpillar and Alice looked at each other for some time in silence. At least the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and addressed her in a languid, sleepy voice. Who are you? Said the caterpillar. This was not an encouraging opening for a conversation, Alice replied rather shyly. I hardly know, sir. At present at least, I know who I was when I got up this morning, but then I think I must have changed several times since then. What do you mean by that? Said the caterpillar sternly. Explain yourself. I can't explain myself, I'm afraid, sir, said Alice, because I am not myself, you see. I don't see, said the caterpillar. I'm afraid I can't put it more clearly, Alice replied, very politely, for I can't understand myself to begin with, and being so many different sizes in a day is very confusing. It isn't, said the caterpillar. Well, perhaps you haven't found it so yet, said Alice. But when you have turned into a chrysalis, you will some day, you know, and then after that into a butterfly. I think you shall know how to feel quite a little queer, won't you? Not a bit, said the caterpillar. Well, perhaps your feelings may be different, said Alice. All I know is I would feel very queer to me. You, said the caterpillar contemptuously, who are you? Which brought them back again to the beginning of the conversation. Alice felt a little irritated at the caterpillar making such a very short remarks, and she drew herself up and said very gravely, I think you ought to tell me who you are first. Why? Said the caterpillar. Here was another puzzling question, as Alice could not think of any good reason, and the caterpillar seemed to be in a very unpleasant state of mind. She turned away. Come back, said the caterpillar after her. I have something important to say. That sounded promising, certainly. So Alice turned around and came back again. Keep your temper, said the caterpillar. Is that all? Said Alice, swallowing down her anger as well as she could. No, said the caterpillar. Alice thought she might as well wait, as she has nothing else to do, and perhaps, after all, he might tell her something worth hearing. For some minutes it puffed away without speaking, but at last unfolded its arms and took the hookah out of its mouth once more, and said, So you think you're changed, do you? I'm afraid I am, sir, said Alice. I can't remember things I used to. I don't keep the same size for 10 minutes together. What can't you remember what things? Said the caterpillar. Well, I've tried to say, How doth the little busy bee? But it came out all different, Alice replied with a melancholy voice. Repeat. You are old Father William, said the caterpillar's voice. Alice folded her hands and began. You are old Father William, the young man said, and your hair has become very white, and yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think at your age is quite right? In my youth, said Father William, replied to his son, I feared it might injure the brain, but now that I'm perfectly sure that I have none, well, I'll do it again and again. You are old, said the youth, as I mentioned before, and have now grown the most uncomfortably fat. Yet you turned into the black somersault to the door. Pray, what is the reason of that? In my youth, said the sage, as he took his grey locks, I kept my limbs very supple. And by the use of this ointment, 1 shilling a box, allow me to sell you a couple. You are old, said the youth, and your jaws are too weak for anything tougher than suet. Yet you finished the goose with the bones and the beak. Pray, how did you manage to do it? In my youth, said his father, I took to the law. I argued each case with my wife, with muscular strength that outgave my jaw, has lasted the rest of my life. Hi, Sylvie. Hello, Sylvie. And hello, Tanuki Otter. Stretchy stretch. All right. I will do a stretchy stretch. Up, left, right, and down. There we go. And a bit of otter water. And then pray give me a moment, as I would like to shout out my best owl friend, Sylvie, who is adorable, does ASMR, and plays games. She is excellent owl gamer. She played Dark Souls today, and she is much more edgier gamer than me. I am big baby. I don't like doing that. And I see that we have Artifact. Okay, Artifact, Artifact. Time to get you an artifact. Artifact, Artifact, Artifact. Alright, so here's an artifact for you. Sea otters do not migrate far. Their rafts are usually comprised of a single sex and can range from as few as 10 to as high as 1,000, generally being that one male is the head of the raft and many females. So that's your artifact today. Artifact, artifact. There was an artifact, 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 artifact. Yes, otters tend to have a harem. Ashen Gray, thank you so much for giving Shadow 5 Spectrum a gift sub. Please enjoy the emotes. And I see that we've got, yeah, wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle. Also, Gerard JS84, welcome aboard to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. It was Ashen. Hey Ashen, do you want a smoochie? If I give you the shot first, will you accept my smoochie? You did it. You fired it. It says right there. It says it right there. I have proof. I have proof. I can see it. Okay. Well then, I will in fact I will give Smoochie after I give a shot. So circle, circle, dot, dot. Now you got a cootie shot. There you go. It is a big book. Actually, this book is like 20 inches, like long. It's a big book, and I'm also a very small otter. This book is at least half as big as me. I'm 5 feet tall, and this thing's like 22 inches. It's almost 2 feet. It's a big book. And I can prove many things with the use of technology. I can prove many things. I am a very studious otter. No, I just really like reading. I like reading fiction books. That's not really studious. Alright. Well, we will be continuing Alice's adventure as I am reading. You are old, said the youth. No one hardly supposed that your eye was as steady as ever. Yet you balanced an eel on the end of your nose. What made you so awfully clever? I have answered 3 questions, and that is enough, said his father. Don't give yourself airs. Do you think I can listen to all day to such stuff? Be off, or I'll kick you downstairs. That is not quite right. That is not quite right, said the caterpillar. Not quite right, I'm afraid, said Alice timidly. Some of the words have gotten altered. It's wrong from beginning to end, said the caterpillar, decidedly. That there was silence among the minutes. The caterpillar was the first to speak. What size do you want to be? It asked. Oh, I'm not particular as to any size, Alice replied hastily, but one doesn't like changing so often, you know. I don't know, said the caterpillar. Alice said nothing. She had never been so much as contradicted in her life before, but she felt like she was losing her temper. Are you content now? Said the caterpillar. Well, I should like to be a little larger, sir, if you wouldn't mind, said Alice. 3 inches is such a wretched height to be. It's a very good height indeed, said the caterpillar angrily, rearing itself upright as it spoke, as it was exactly 3 inches high. Yeah, she's 3 inches as well as he. He's a big caterpillar. Like, that's 3 inches is quite long. But I'm not used to it, pleaded poor Alice in a piteous tone, as she thought to herself, I wish creatures wouldn't be so easily offended. You'll get used to it in no time, said the caterpillar, as it put a hookah into its mouth and began smoking once more. This time Alice waited patiently until it chose to speak again. In a minute or two the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and yawned once or twice and shook itself, then got down off the mushroom and crawled its way into the grass, merely remarking as it went, One side will make you grow taller, and the other will make you grow shorter. One side of what? The other side of what? Thought Alice to herself. Of the mushroom, said the caterpillar, just as she had asked out aloud, and in another moment it was all out of sight. Alice remained looking thoughtfully at the mushroom for a moment, trying to make out which were the 2 sides of it, and as it was perfectly round, she found this a very difficult question. However, at last she stretched her arms round as far as it would go, and broke off a bit from each end with each hand. And now which is which, she said to herself, and nibbled a little of the right hand to try the effect. The next moment she felt a violent blow underneath her chin. It had struck her foot. She was a good deal frightened by this very sudden change, but felt she was there in no time to be lost, as she was shrinking rapidly, so she set work to eat at once some of the other bit. Her chin was pressed so closely against her foot there was hardly any room to open her mouth, but she did at last, and managed to swallow a morsel of the left-hand bit. Come, my head's free at last, said Alice in a tone of delight, which changed into alarm in another moment when she found that her shoulders were nowhere to be found. All she could see when she looked down was an immense length of neck, which seemed to rise like a stalk out of the sea of ocean of green leaves, and lay far below her. What can all this green stuff be? Said Alice. And where have my shoulders gone to? Oh, my poor hands, how is it that I cannot see you? She was moving them about as she spoke, but no result seemed to follow except a little bit of shaking amongst the distant green leaves. As there seemed to be no chance of getting her hands up to her head, she tried to get her head down to them, and was delighted to find that her neck would bend as easily in any direction, like a serpent. She had succeeded in curving it down, gracefully zigzagging, and was going to dive amongst the leaves, to which he found nothing but the tops of trees, under which she had been wandering. With a sharp hiss made her draw back. In a hurry, a large pigeon had flown into her face, and was beating her violently with its wing. "Serpent!" screamed the pigeon. "I am not a serpent," said Alice indignantly. "Let me alone." "Serpent, I say," repeated the pigeon, but in more subdued tone, and added with a kind of sob, "I've turned every which way, and nothing seems to suit them." "I haven't the least idea of what you're talking about," said Alice. "I've tried the roots of trees, I've tried banks, I've tried hedges." The pigeon went on without attending to her. "But those serpents, there's no pleasing them." Alice was more and more puzzled, but she thought that there was no use of saying anything until the pigeon had finished. "And if it wasn't trouble enough hatching eggs," said the pigeon, "but I must be on the lookout for serpents night and day. Why haven't I had a wink of sleep in 3 weeks?" "Well, I'm very sorry that you've been annoyed," said Alice, who was very beginning to see its meaning. "And then just as I take to the highest tree in the wood," continued the pigeon, raising its voice to a shriek, "and just as I think I should be free of them at last, they must needs come wriggling down from the sky. Ugh, serpent!" "But I am not a serpent, I tell you," said Alice. Well, what are you?" said the pigeon. "I can try to see you're inventing something." "I'm a little girl," said Alice, rather doubtfully, as she remembered the number of changes she had gone through that day. "A likely story indeed," said the pigeon, in the tone of the deepest contempt. "I had found a good many little girls in my time, but never one with such a long neck as that. No, you are a serpent, and there's no use denying it. I suppose you will tell me next that you've never tasted an egg." "Oh, I have tasted eggs, certainly," said Alice, who was a very truthful child. "But little girls eat eggs quite as much as serpents do, you know." "I don't believe it," said the pigeon. "But if they do, then they're a kind of serpent, and that is all I can say." Hello, Ishi. Hi. We are reading Alice in Wonderland, and we are currently on chapter 5. Right now, Alice has eaten the side of the mushroom and has grown quite tall and has offended this pigeon because the pigeon thinks that she is a serpent, and she has told them that little girls eat eggs as much as serpents do, and so the pigeon has decided that all little girls must be serpents. All right. This was such a new idea to Alice that she was quite silent for a moment or two, which gave the pigeon the opportunity of adding, "You're looking for eggs. I know that well enough. And what does that matter to me, whether you're a little girl or a serpent?" "Well, it matters a good deal to me," said Alice hastily. "But I'm not looking for eggs, as it happens. If I was, I wouldn't want yours. I don't like them raw." "Well, be off then," said the pigeon in a sulky tone as it settled down into its nest. Alice crouched down amongst the trees as well as she could, for her neck kept getting entangled amongst the branches, and every now and then she had to stop to untwist it. After a while she remembered that she still held on to the pieces of mushroom in her hands, and set off to work quite carefully, nibbling first at one and then at the other, growing sometimes taller and sometimes shorter, until she had succeeded in bringing herself down to around her usual height. It was long since she had been anything near the right size that it felt quite strange at first, but she got used to it in a few minutes and began talking to herself as usual. "Come, there's half my plan done now. How puzzling all these changes are. I'm never quite sure what I'm going to be from one minute to another. However, I've got back to my right size. The next thing is to get in that beautiful garden. How is that to be done, I wonder?" she said as she came suddenly about an open place, with a little house about 4 feet high. "Whoever lives there," thought Alice, "it'll never do to come upon them in this size. Why, I should frighten them out of their wits." So she began nibbling the right-hand bit again, and did not venture to go near to the house till she had brought herself down to about 9 inches high. Hello, Ark. Here, let me do a moment. Shout out to my friend Ark, who made our lovely ASMR background music, as well as my other BGM, which I hope is still playing because I cannot hear it right now. So, there we go. Yeah, I hope it's still playing. Yeah, I liked it a lot. He didn't have to make this. But he surprised me with it, and I was like, oh. I was like, it's a music box. I love it. I love it so much. I appreciate it. So thank you. Also, thank you for the 25 Pebbles PlayStation Inquisitor. Went from 3 inches to 9. Not a big difference from where she started. That's true. Look, I love everything you've done, Ark. Seriously, everything you've done has been great, and I fucking love this music box thing so much. I love it. I cried like a big baby. Any Arco fans? Yeah. But today we are reading Alice in Wonderland. And we will be going into chapter 6, The Pig and Pepper. So I do hope that you'll enjoy the sound of me reading silly nonsense. Oh, Raz, thank you so much for the pebbles. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 5 pebbles. Alright. Chapter 6, Pig and Pepper. For a minute or two she stood looking at the house and wondering what to do next, when suddenly a footman in the livery came running out of the wood. She considered him to be a footman because he was in a livery, otherwise, judging by his face only, she would have called out to him a fish, and rapped loudly on the door with his knuckles. It was opened by another footman with a livery with a large round face, and large eyes like a frog. Both footmen, Alice noticed, had powdered hair that curled over their heads. She felt very curious to know what all this was about, and crept a little out of the way of the woods to listen. The fish footman began from producing underneath his arm a great letter, nearly as large as himself, and as he handed it over to the other, saying in a solemn tone, "For the Duchess, an invitation from the Queen to come play croquet." The frog footman repeated in the same solemn tone, only changing the order of words a little, "From the Queen, an invitation for the Duchess to play croquet." I really like this book. It's so silly. Then they both bowed, and their curls got entangled together. Alice laughed so much at this that she had to run back into the wood for fear of them hearing her, and when she next peeped out, the fish footman was gone, and the other was sitting on the ground near the door, staring stupidly up into the sky. Alice went timidly up to the door and knocked. "There is no sort of use in knocking," said the footman, "and for 2 reasons. First, because I am the same side of the door as you are. Secondly, because you are making such a noise inside they're making such noise inside that no one could possibly hear you. And certainly there was a most extraordinary noise going on within, a constant howling and sneezing. Every now and then a great crash, or a dish or a kettle had been broken to pieces." "Please then," said Alice, "how am I to get in?" "There might have been some sense in your knocking," the footman went on, without attending to her, "if we had had the door between us, for instance. If you were inside, you might knock and I could let you out, you know." He was looking up into the sky all at the same time while he was speaking, and thus Alice thought decidedly uncivil. "Perhaps he can't help it," she said to herself. "His eyes are so very near the top of his head, but at this rate he might answer questions. How am I to get in?" she repeated aloud. "I shall sit here," the footman remarked, "till tomorrow." At this moment the door of the house opened, and a large plate came skimming out straight to the footman's head. It grazed his nose, and broke to pieces against one of the trees behind him. "Or the next day, maybe," the footman continued in the same tone, exactly as if nothing had happened. "How am I to get in?" said Alice, again in a louder tone. "Are you to get in at all?" said the footman. "That is the first question, you know." It was no doubt only did Alice not like to be told so. "It really is dreadful," she muttered to herself. "The way that all the creatures argue is enough to drive one crazy." The footman seemed to think it was a good opportunity for repeating his remark with variations. "I shall sit here," he said, "on and off for days and days." "But what am I to do?" said Alice. "Anything you like," said the footman, and began whistling. "Oh, there's no use talking to him," said Alice desperately. "He's perfectly idiotic." And she opened the door and went in. The door led to a rather large kitchen, which was full of smoke from one end to the other. The Duchess was sitting on a 3-legged stool in the middle, nursing a baby. The cook was leaning over the fire, stirring a large cauldron, which seemed to be full of soup. "There's certainly too much pepper in the soup," Alice said to herself, as she could start for sneezing. There was certainly too much of it in the air. Even the Duchess sneezed occasionally, and as for the baby, it was sneezing and howling alternately without a moment's pause. The only 2 creatures in the kitchen that did not sneeze were the cook and the large cat, which was lying on the hearth and grinning from ear to ear. "Please, would you tell me," said Alice, a little timidly, for she was not quite sure whether it was good manners for her to speak first, why does your cat grin like that?" "It's a Cheshire cat," said the Duchess. "And why? Pig," she said to the last word with such a silent violence that Alice quite jumped, but she saw another moment that it was addressed to the baby, and not to her, as she took courage and went again. "I didn't know what the Cheshire cats was always grinned. In fact, I didn't know cats could grin." "They all can," said the Duchess, "and most of them do." "I don't know of any that do," said Alice very politely, feeling quite pleased to have got into a conversation. "You do not know much," said the Duchess, "and that is a fact." Alice did not like the use of the tone of this remark, and thought that it would be as well as to introduce some other subject of conversation. While she was trying to fix one, the cook took the cauldron of soup out of the fire, and at once set to work throwing everything within her reach to the Duchess and the baby. The fire irons came first, then followed a shower of saucepans, plates, and dishes. The Duchess took no notice of them, even when they hit her, and the baby was howling so much already that it was quite impossible to her say whether the blows hurt it or not. "Oh, please mind what you're doing," cried Alice, jumping up and down in agony and terror. "Oh, there goes his precious nose!" And an unusually large kettle flew across it and nearly carried it off. "If everybody minded their own business," said the Duchess, in a hoarse growl, "the world would go round a deal faster than it does." "Which would not be of an advantage," said Alice, who felt very glad to have an opportunity of showing off what little of her knowledge she had. "Just thinking what the world would be make without day and night. You've seen the earth takes 24 hours to turn around its axis." "Talking of axes," said the Duchess, "chop off her head." Alice glanced rather obnoxiously at the cook to see if she meant to take the hint, but the cook was busy stirring the soup and seemed to not be listening, so she went on again. 24 hours, I think, or is it 12? Hello, Savvy Senpai. We're reading Alice in Wonderland today. We are on chapter 6, The Pig and Pepper. So we're at the part where she has met the Duchess, and the Duchess's cook is over peppering the soup, and they're having quite a heated conversation about axes and the world going on in 24 hours. Or is it 12? But hello. I do hope that you enjoy the sound of me just reading. This is something a little different that I wanted to do, so I hope everybody enjoys. "Oh, don't bother with me," said the Duchess. "I never would abide figures." And with that she began nursing her child again, singing a sort of lullaby to it as she did, and giving it a violent shake at the very end of each line. "Speak roughly to your little boy, and beat him when he sneezes. He only does it to annoy, because he knows it teases." In which the cook and the baby joined the chorus, "Wow, wow, wow." While the Duchess sang the second verse of the song, she kept tossing the baby violently up and down, and the poor thing howled so that Alice could hardly hear the words. "I speak very severely to my boy, I beat him when he sneezes, for he can thoroughly enjoy the pepper when he pleases." And then there was a chorus once more, "Wow, wow, wow." "Here you may nurse it for a bit if you like," said the Duchess to Alice, flinging the baby at her as she spoke. "I must go and be ready to play croquet with the Queen." And she hurried out of the room. The cook threw a frying pan after her as she went, but just missed her. Alice caught the baby with some difficulty, as it was queer-shaped and a little creature, and had out its arms and legs in all directions. Just like a starfish, thought Alice. The poor thing was snorting like a steam engine, and when she caught it, it kept doubling itself over and straightening itself out again, so that altogether for the first minute or two it was as much as she could do to hold on to it. As soon as she made out the proper way of nursing it, which is to twist it up in a sort of knot, and then keep hold of its right ear and left foot, so as to prevent itself from undoing itself, she carried it out into the open air. If I don't take this child away with me," thought Alice, "they're sure to kill it in a day or two." "Wouldn't it be murder to leave it behind?" she said as the last words out loud, and the little thing grunted in reply. It had left off its sneezing this time. "Don't grunt," said Alice. "That's not a proper way of expressing yourself at all." The baby grunted again, and Alice looked very anxiously into its face to see what the matter was with it. There could be no doubt that it had a very turned-up nose, much more like a snout than a real nose, and so its eyes were extremely small for a baby. Altogether, Alice did not like the look of the thing, but perhaps it was only sobbing, she thought, as she looked into its eyes again to see if there were any tears. No, there were no tears, and if you're going to turn it into a pig, my dear, said Alice seriously, "I'll have nothing more to do with you. Mind now." The poor little thing sobbed again, and grunted, which was impossible to say which, and they went on for some while in silence. Alice was just beginning to think of herself. "Now, what am I to do with this creature when I get it home?" When it grunted again so violently that she looked down into its face in some alarm. This time there could be no mistake about it. It was neither more or less than a pig. It was quite a pig, and she felt that it would be quite absurd for her to carry it any further. So she set the little creature down, and felt quite relieved to see it trot away out to the woods. "If it had grown up," she said to herself, "it would make a dreadfully ugly child. But it makes rather a handsome pig, I think." And she began thinking over other children she knew who might do very well as pigs. And she just said to herself, if only one knew the right way to change them. When she was a little startled by seeing the Cheshire Cat sitting on a bough of a tree a few yards off. The cat only grinned when it saw Alice. It looked good-natured, she thought, still had very long claws and a great many teeth, so she felt that she ought to treat it with respect. "Cheshire Puss," she began, rather timidly, as she did not know whether it would like to be called its proper name. However, it only grinned a little wider. "Come, it pleases so far." As she went on, "Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here?" "That depends a great deal on where you'd like to go," said the cat. "I don't much care where," said Alice. "Then it doesn't matter which way you go," said the cat. My avatar is having spasms. Yeah, that's what happens when I look down to read. So it's a little harder to do this. For so long as I get somewhere, Alice added to the explanation. Oh, you're sure to get that, said the cat, if you only walk long enough. Alice felt this could not be denied, so she tried another question. What sort of people live about here? In that direction, said the cat, waving its right paw round, lives the Hatter, and in that direction, waving to the other paw, lives the March Hare. Visit either you like, but they're both mad. But I don't want to go among mad people, said Alice remarked. Oh, you can't help that, said the cat. We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad. How do you know that I'm mad, said Alice. You must be, said the cat, or you wouldn't have come here. Alice didn't think that it provided at all. However, she went on. And how do you know that you're mad? To begin with, said the cat, a dog's not mad, you grant that. I suppose so, said Alice. Well then, the cat went on, you see a dog growls when it is angry and wags its tail when it is pleased. Now I growl when I am pleased and I wag my tail when I am angry. Therefore, I must be mad. I call it purring, not growling, said Alice. Call it what you like, said the cat. Do you play croquet with the Queen today? I should very much like, said Alice, but I haven't been invited yet. You'll see me there, said the cat, and vanished. Alice was not much surprised at this. She was getting so well used to queer things happening, while she was still looking at her place, where it had been, and suddenly appeared again. By the by, what became of the baby? Said the cat. I'd nearly forgotten to ask. It turned into a pig, answered Alice quite quietly, just as the cat had come back in a natural way. I thought it would, said the cat, and vanished again. Alice waited a little, half expecting to see it again, but did not appear until a minute or two after she walked on in the direction in which the March Hare was said to live. One moment. I've seen Hatters before, she said to herself. The March Hare will be much more interesting, and perhaps, this is as may, it won't be raving mad. At least it'll be so mad as it was in March, she said as she looked up upon there, and there was the cat once more sitting on the branch of a tree. Did you say pig or fig? Said the cat. I said pig, replied Alice, and I wish you wouldn't keep appearing and vanishing so suddenly. You make one quite giddy. All right, said the cat this time, and vanished quite slowly, beginning at the end of the tail and ending with a grin, which remained some time after the rest had gone. Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin, thought Alice, but a grin without a cat is the most curious thing I've ever seen in all my life. Hello, Katerina ASMR. Hello. We are reading Alice in Wonderland. It's my first time reading a story. When you were young, you had nightmares of that cat. I mean, I can understand that a little bit. It is kind of unnerving and a little creepy, especially if you ever played the American McGee's Alice. He is definitely creepy. But as characters go, he is one of my favorite because I like him because he's like very witty and very catty. He's very cheeky, and I love a good quip. She had not gone much farther before she came in sight of the house of the March Hare. She thought it must be the right house because the chimneys were shaped like ears and the roof was thatched with fur. It was a large house, and that she did not like to go nearer till she had nibbled some more of the left-handed bit of the mushroom and raised herself to about 2 feet high. Even then she walked up towards it rather timidly, saying to herself, "Suppose it should be raving mad after all. I almost wish I'd gone to see the Hatter instead." And now we're on Chapter 7, A Very Mad Tea Party. I love this part. This is my favorite. Okay, honestly, the dormouse and the tea party is maybe my favorite scene from the movie, and probably at any point in time, because I loved it. What is it? Clean cup, move down, move down, move down. Was it twinkle, twinkle, little rat? How I wonder where you're at. I was a big fan. There was a table set out under the tree in front of the house, and the March Hare and the Hatter were having tea at it. The Dormouse was sitting in between them, fast asleep, and the other two were using it as a cushion, resting their elbows on it and talking over its head. Very uncomfortable for the Dormouse, Alice thought. Only it's asleep, so I suppose it doesn't mind. The table was a larger one, but There were three, were all crowded together in one corner of it. No room, no room, they cried out when they saw Alice company. There's plenty of room, said Alice indignantly, as she sat down on a large armchair at the end of the table. Have some wine, said the March Hare in his encouraging tone. Alice looked around all the table, but there was nothing on it but tea. I don't see any wine, she remarked. There isn't any, said the March Hare. Then it wasn't very civil of you to offer it, said Alice angrily. It wasn't very civil of you to sit down without being invited, said the March Hare. I didn't know it was your table, said Alice. It's laid for a great many more than three. Your hair wants cutting, said the Hatter. He had been looking at Alice for quite some time with great curiosity, and this was his first speech. You should learn not to make personal remarks, Alice said with some severity. It's very rude. The Hatter opened his eyes wide on hearing this, but all he said was, Why is a raven like a writing desk? Come, we shall have some fun now, thought Alice. I'm glad that they've begun asking riddles. I believe I can guess that, she said aloud. Do you mean to think that you can find out the answer to it, said the March Hare. Exactly so. Then you should say what you mean, said the March Hare, as she went on. I do, Alice hastily replied. At least I mean what I say. It's not the same thing, you know. Not the same thing a bit, said the Hatter. Why, you might as well say that I see what I eat is the same thing as I eat what I see. Good night, Ducket. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening and have a very safe and wonderful night. Enjoy sleep. Enjoy sleep. You might as well just say, added the March Hare, that I like what I get is the same thing as I get what I like. You might as well say, said the Dormouse, that seemed to be talking in its sleeve, that I breathe when I sleep is the same thing as I sleep when I breathe. It is the same thing with you, said the Hatter. Here the conversation dropped, and the party sat silent for a minute, as Alice thought over what she could remember about ravens and writing desks, which wasn't much. The Hatter was the first to break the silence. What day of the month is it? He said, turning to Alice. He had taken his watch out of his pocket and was looking at it, uneasily shaking it every now and then holding it to his ear. Alice considered a little and said, The 4th. 2 days wrong, said the Hatter. I told you butter wouldn't suit the works, he added as he looked angrily at the March Hare. It was the best butter, the March Hare meekly replied. Yes, but the crumbs might have gotten in as well, the Hatter grumbled. You shouldn't have put it in with the bread knife. The March Hare took the watch and looked at it gloomily, and then he dipped it into his cup of tea and looked at it again, but he could think of nothing better to say than his first remark. It was the best butter, you know. Alice had been looking over his shoulder with some curiosity. What a funny watch, she remarked. It tells the day of the month, but it doesn't tell what o'clock it is. Why should it, mattered the Hatter. Does your watch tell you what year it is? Of course not, Alice replied readily, but that's because it says the same year for such a long time together, which is the case with mine, said the Hatter. Alice felt dreadfully puzzled, and the Hatter's remark seemed to her to have no sort of meaning in it, and yet it certainly was English. I don't quite understand you, she said politely as she could. The Dormouse is asleep again, said the Hatter, and poured a little hot tea upon its nose. The Dormouse shook its head impatiently and said, without opening one of its eyes, Of course, just what I was going to remark myself. Have you guessed the riddle yet? Said the Hatter, and turning to Alice once. No, I gave up, replied Alice. What is the answer? I haven't the slightest, said the Hatter. Nor I, said the March Hare. Alice sighed wearily. I think we might do something better with the time, she said, than wasting it asking riddles that have no answers. If you knew what time it was as well as I do, said the Hatter, you wouldn't talk about wasting it. It's him. I don't know what you mean, said Alice. Of course you don't, said the Hatter, tossing his head contemptuously. I dare you say you've never even spoken to time. Perhaps not, Alice cautiously replied, but I know I have to beat time when I learn music. Ah, that accounts for it, said the Hatter. He won't stand beating. Now, if you only kept in good terms with him, he'd almost do anything you liked with the clock. For instance, suppose it were 9 o'clock in the morning, just time to begin lessons, and you'd have to whisper a hint of time, and round goes the clock, and twinkling 1:30, time for dinner. I only wish it was, said the March Hare itself in a whisper. That would certainly be grand, Alice thoughtfully, but then I shouldn't be hungry for it, you know. Not at first, perhaps, said the Hatter, but you could at least keep to 1:30 as long as you liked. Is that the way you manage? Alice asked. The Hatter shook his head quite mournfully. Not I, he replied. We quarrelled last March, just before he went mad, you know, pointing a teaspoon at the March Hare. It was a great concern given by the Queen of Hearts. And I had to sing, Twinkle, Twinkle. Yes, I had to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Bat, How I Wonder Where You're At. You know the song, perhaps. I've heard something like it, said Alice. It goes on, you know, the Hatter continued, in this way. Up above the world you fly, like a tea-tray in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle. Here the Dormouse shook itself awake and began singing in its sleep. Twinkle, 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 and went on so long that they had to pinch it to make it stop. Well, I hardly finished the first verse, said the Hatter, when the Queen bawled out, He's muttering time. He's murdering the time. Off with his head. Oh, how dreadfully savage, exclaimed Alice. And ever since that, the Hatter went on to mournfully tone, he won't do a thing I ask. It's always 6 o'clock now. A bright idea came to Alice's head. Is that the reason why so many tea things are put out here? She said. Yes, that's it, says the Hatter with a sigh. It's always tea time, and we've no time to waste or wash the things between wheels. Thank you, Savvy, for enjoying the streams. This is kind of a new thing, so I hope that I can maybe do a bit better next time. But fuck it, we're doing it live. Then you keep moving around, I suppose, said Alice. Exactly so, said the Hatter, as things get used up. But what happens when you come to the beginning again? Alice ventured to ask. Suppose we change the subject, said the March Hare, interrupting, yawning. I'm getting tired of this. I vote we tell the young lady tells us a story. I'm not sure I know one, said Alice, rather alarmed at the proposal. Then the Dormouse shall, they both cried. Wake up, Dormouse. And they pinched it on both sides at once. Dormouse slowly opened its eyes. I wasn't asleep, it said in a hoarse, feeble voice. I heard every word you fellows were saying. Tell us the story, said the March Hare. Oh, please do, pleaded Alice. And be quick about it, said the Hatter, or you'll be asleep again before it's done. Once upon a time there were 3 little sisters, the Dormouse began in a great hurry, and their names were Elsie, Lacey, and Tilly, and they lived in the bottom of a well. What did they live on? Said Alice, who always took a great interest in questions of eating and drinking. They lived on a tentacle, said the Dormouse, after thinking a minute or two. They couldn't have done that, you know, said Alice. They'd have been ill. So they were, said the Dormouse, very ill. Alice tried a little fancy to herself, which is an extraordinary way of living would be like, but it puzzled her too much, so she went on. But why did they live in the bottom of a well? Take some more tea, said the March Hare to Alice very earnestly. I've had nothing yet, Alice replied in an offended tone, so I can't take more. You mean you can't take less, said the Hatter. It's very easy to take more than nothing. Nobody asked your opinion, said Alice, who's making personal remarks now, the Hatter asked triumphantly. Alice did not quite know what to say to this, so she helped herself to some tea, bread, and butter, and then questioned the Dormouse and repeated. Why did they live in the bottom of a well? The Dormouse again took a minute or two to think about it, and then said, It was a tentacle well. There's no such thing, Alice was beginning very angrily, but the Hatter and the March Hare went on, Shh, shh, and the Dormouse sulkily remembered, If you can't be civil, then you better finish the story for yourself. No, please go on, Alice said very humbly. I won't interrupt again. I dare say there might be one. One indeed, said the Dormouse indignantly, however, consented to go on. So there are these 3 little sisters, and they were learning to draw, you know. Oh, what did they draw? Said Alice, quite forgetting her promise. Tentacle, said the Dormouse, without considering at all this time. I want to clean up, interrupted the Hatter. Let us all move on to one place. They moved on as he spoke, and the Dormouse followed him. The March Hare moved into the Dormouse's place, and Alice rather unwillingly took the place of the March Hare. The Hatter was the only one who got any advantage from the change, and Alice was a great deal worse off than before, as the March Hare had just upset the milk jug into his plate. Alice did not wish to offend the Dormouse again, so she began very cautiously. But I am to understand, where did they draw the tentacle from? You can draw water out of a well, said the Hatter. You can draw water out of the well, said the Hatter. So I should think you could draw a tentacle out of a tentacle well. Stupid. But they were in the well, said Alice to the Dormouse, not choosing to notice his last remark. Of course they were, said the Dormouse. Well in. The answer confused poor Alice, that she let the Dormouse go on for some time without interrupting it. They were learning to draw, the Dormouse went on, yawning and rubbing his eyes, for it was getting very sleepy, and they drew all manner of things, everything that begins with M. Why an M? Said Alice. Oh, why not? Said the March Hare. Alice was then silent. The Dormouse had closed its eyes by the time and was going off into a doze, but on being pinched by the Hatter, it woke up again with a shriek and went on. That begins with the letter M, such as mousetrap, the moon, memory, munchness, and you know such things are, much of muchness. Did you ever see such a thing as being drawn of a muchness? Really now you ask me, said Alice, very much confused. I don't think. Then you shouldn't talk, said Patter. This piece of rudeness was more than Alice could bear, so she got up in great disgust and walked off. The Dormouse fell asleep instantly, and neither of the others took the least notice of her going, though she looked back once or twice, half hoping they would call for her. The last time that she saw them, they were trying to put the Dormouse into a teapot. At any rate, I'll never go there again, said Alice as she picked her way through the wood. It's the most stupidest tea party I was ever at in all of my life. Just as she said, she noticed that one of the trees and the door leaning right to it. This is very courteous, she thought, but everything is curious today. I think I might as well go in once. And when she went in, she found herself in a long hall closed with a little glass table. Now I'll manage better this time, she said to herself, and began taking the little gold key and unlocking the door that led into the garden. Then she worked at nibbling the mushroom. She had kept a piece in her pocket till she was about a foot high, and then she walked down the little passage, and then she found herself in the most beautiful garden amongst the bright flower beds and the cool fountains. Also, thank you for the Otter Water redeem. I will take a sip. Trying very hard not to lose my place. Thank you. We are on chapter 8. Stretchy stretch. Okay. Alright, I will place my drawing pin there. Left. Up. Right. And down. Stretchy stretch. Thank you guys. I'm glad that you guys are liking it. I hope that maybe we'll actually finish just the regular Alice in Wonderland. And maybe next time, how does it go? It goes pretty well. We are on chapter 8, the Queen's Croquette Ground of Alice in Wonderland. So, if all goes well, we'll finish Alice in Wonderland today, and maybe next time we'll do... excuse me, I had a small burp. Next time we'll maybe do Through the Looking Glass, and that'd be really fun. Hello, Peacony. Give me a moment as I see another friend who needs a shout out. So, Peacony, Poco Pally, who is my wonderful cousin to be, Celestial Dragon. Sweet, you're in tummy ache jail. I'm sorry your tummy hurts, darling. Have you tried chamomile tea or ginger? Ginger is supposed to be really good for your tummy, especially if it's upset. And chamomile is supposed to be very, very good. It's supposed to be so gentle that they in fact use it on children who have not been entirely born properly. Mm-hmm. Yes, tea, the medicine for everything. To be fair, tea, there's various kinds of tea, and honestly, that is essentially what like medicine would be, like tea, but like also added like bark or leaves or something else like with tea so that you could drink it down. Because I know, what is it, in Korea, like old school Korea, that used to be like they would use medicinal herbs and they would mix it into a tea, and they would drink it every morning. I know that was very popular for a very long time. I don't know if people still do that, but there. But me personally, I like to use ginger ale when my tum hurts. I like ginger ale. But then afterwards, after the ginger ale has like calmed my tummy, then I'll usually drink like some tea for the next couple of days so that I don't make it more upset afterwards. Mm-hmm. Is it story time? It is story time. We are reading Alice in Wonderland, and we are on chapter 8 actually. Yes, you absorb Captain's many knowledge. Much knowledge. I have an amazing brain filled with knowledge. I just have very slow processing power. You can take small bites of crumpets, and some soup works as well. Yes, soup. Very, very light soup also works to help one's tummy. Especially like things like chicken broth or beef broth. Hello, Saber King Arthur. Hello. Ah, goodness. Diet Jelly, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Cast. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope that they enjoy the emotes. And please thank Diet Jelly. Jelly, who is a good friend of the channel, who does his own streaming as well. So you know what? Fuck it. Nobody stops me. I'm gonna shout out people because I wanna fucking do it. So Diet Jelly. And you know what? I'm gonna also shout out Savvy Senpai, because I may have been I may have been a little cheeky and lurked in her stream the other day while she was gushing about me. And I want you to know, ma'am, ma'am, all of your compliments. I was just sitting there, kind of just being like, oh no, she's talking about me. She was talking about me, and I was squeeing. Don't be embarrassed, don't be embarrassed, don't be embarrassed. All of it was really nice things, and I was squeeing very loudly because I was just like, oh, somebody noticed me. Shh, I am there. Otter is always watching. I have an infinite amount of seeing of things. Well, thank you for thinking that I am talented. I appreciate that. Because I don't. I think I'm just silly water sausage. It is. We are like to. I like to consider ours comfy chaos. So it's a little silly. It's a little weird, but it is overall very healing, very comfy. But let's get on to chapter 8. The Queen's Croquette Ground. A large rose tree stood near the entrance of the garden. The roses growing on it were white, but there were 3 gardeners at it busily painting them all red. Alice thought this was a very curious thing, and she went nearer to watch them. And just as she came up on them, she had heard one of them say, "Look, look now, 5, don't go splashing the paint over me like that." "I couldn't help it," said 5 in a sulky tone. 7 jogged my elbow. On which 7 looked up and said, "That's right, 5. Always lay the blame on others." "You'd better not talk," said 5. "I heard the Queen say only yesterday that you deserve to be beheaded." "What for?" The one who had spoken first. "That's none of your business, too," said 7. "Yes, it is his business," said 5, "and I'll tell him. It was for bringing the cook tulip roots instead of onions." 7 flung down his brush, and he had just begun. And of all the unjust things, when his eye chanced to fall upon Alice as she stood watching them, and he checked himself suddenly, the others looked around also, and all of them bowed low. Would you tell me, please," said Alice a little timidly, "why are you painting those roses?" 5 and 7 said nothing, but they looked at 2. 2 began in a low voice. "Why, the fact is, you see, miss, ought to have been a red rose tree, but we put up a white one by mistake, and if the Queen was to find out, we should all have our heads cut off, you know. So you see, miss, we're doing our best afore she comes." To this moment, 5, who had been anxiously looking across the garden, called out, "The Queen! The Queen! The Queen!" The 3 gardeners instantly threw themselves flat upon their faces. There was a sound of great many footsteps, and Alice looked first, eager to see the Queen. First came 10 soldiers carrying clubs. These were all shaped like the 3 gardeners, oblong and flat, with their hands and feet on the corners. Next, the 10 courtiers. Those who were ornamented all over with diamonds and walked 2 and 2, as the soldiers did. After these came the royal children. There were 10 of them, and little dears came jumping merrily along, hand in couples. They were all ornamented with hearts. Next came the guests, mostly kings and queens, and among them Alice recognized the White Rabbit. It was talking in a hurried and nervous manner, smiling at everything that was said, and went on without noticing her. The following knave of hearts, carrying the king's crown with a crimson velvet cushion, and last of all, the grand procession came the king and queen of hearts. Oh, bad boy, I'm sorry that your phone fell on your face. Here's an idea. Put it next to your head, not immediately on your head, so that you can still listen. But maybe it won't fall. If I didn't know better, you were a lass from my hometown. No. I'm from Texas. I'm stateside. I watch a lot of British television. Yes, I'm from the great state of Texas, ma'am. Like my southern accent, this shit run deep. I'm from a boat. Well, see, but my boat is ported in Texas. You weren't planning to sleep, it just happened. I got you. You're stateside now, but you used to live in London. Ah, see, I have a friend who she grew up with like a Dutch British friend, and so she speaks very posh accent. Um, I just watched a lot of Downton Abbey. I'll be honest. I just watched a lot of Downton Abbey and like BBC. Though I will say I have a bit of
I can do a much better Scottish accent. Like a weird Latino with a British tone. Well, I do know my way around some Latinx food, so. Man, don't get me started on carnitas. Because I will go off. You got me. I love carnitas. Like me, I love to slow cook the meat, and then I take it out, and then I like fork it so it breaks apart, and then I put it in the broiler just so the ends get really good and crispy, and the juice is still kind of there. And I usually make mine when I slow cook it. I usually do it with like citrus and stuff, usually like pineapple juice or something to like one break down the meat because if you're using shoulder, like you need to break down the meat. Um, but also because I like the slight sweetness to it, and then like adding peppers. You gotta add some good peppers, and you gotta roast your peppers. So if you're not gonna cook them in the slow cooker, you gotta roast them, sons. And so we roast like some good onions and like some good peppers, and so you get like sweet meat, spicy, a little bit of like that nice roasted onion, and then boom, you hit there with like some guacamole or like as I would like it, a little bit of sour cream, just a little dash. Yeah, you heard pineapple juice. Pearl cooking ASMR. Pearl talking about food once again. What's my favorite jerky? My favorite jerky is actually a Korean barbecue kind of jerky, where it's like slightly sweet, mostly smoky, and it has like these little sesame seeds in the jerky, and it's so good. And it's very tender, but it's very thin. So it's got kind of like slightly toothy, but not like overall like where you have to like feel like you're chewing it for like 10 minutes. Because I want like a nice quick snap, like just a nice quick pull, like toothy but not chewy. That's what I like. And thank you, James, so much for once again giving me your love and supportive vibes. I appreciate it. You're stationed in Texas for a few years, not bad, but the bug there were quite rubbish. Look, I'm gonna be honest. Two worst things about Texas. One are the insects, because there are many, and two is the weather, because it's terrible. If you don't like it, wait 5 minutes, it will change. And it will probably be worse. Also, thank you so much, Raz, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 pebbles. I appreciate that. When are they gonna invent bacon jerky? So what you're saying is that we should dehydrate bacon. So just make dehydrated bacon or like ready cooked bacon, because that's what that is essentially. Though I will be honest. I have had what is it, like ready made bacon where it's like already cooked and you just take it out of the package. It's not bad. It's honestly not bad. So try it. My favorite jerky is actually venison. I love like a good deer jerky, like because when you make it jerky, here's the thing: when you make it jerky, like all the like gamey flavor like comes out. You don't really have that anymore. So what you're left is a very kind of like slightly spiced meat instead of like the gaminess, which mostly turns people off. So you just have kind of like a slightly spicier, like tenderer meat to your jerky, and I love it with like a little bit of cranberries, like some dried cranberries, and so you get like a little bit of sweet, and then you get kind of like a spicy jerky with a good chew. hmm I'm glad that you are able to listen better, and I we kind of got on a cooking tangent. We were reading a book, but now we're just talking about food. I'm a pretty good cook. To be fair, I love a boudin sausage. Oh man, that's so good. No, I look. It's not a pearl stream if I don't go on a tangent or like get terribly scuffed. That's just how that works. So actual pearl cooking ASMR when I will think about it. I'll have to get like a small stove or something to do that. What food are we talking about? We are currently talking about jerky. We were talking about carnitas, and then it went to like dried meats, and then we're talking about jerky, and I was talking about venison or deer meat, which is very good. because Papa Otter used to go out and shoot, and he'd take me with him. Look, I am an expert scuffleboard player, which means that it ain't a Pearl stream if I don't fuck up something. Hi, Edric. Hello, hello. It's wonderful to see you, dear. Buffalo's good too. I love a good. Okay, I'll be honest. Like buffalo are like a bison burger. That is amazing. That is one of my favorite things. There's like a place down here that serves various kinds of meat. Like it'll serve you like kangaroo, rattlesnake, buffalo, bison, deer meat, all that kind of stuff, and he'll serve it as like a burger place. And oh my god, it's amazing. It is one of my favorite places. I don't get to go as often as I'd like, but it's still very good. Also, welcome aboard Rudin14, Mobobito, and VTuber Fang. VTuber Fang, welcome to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Hey, you wanna see something, VTuber Fang? Give me a second. Hi. Hi. I have some. There you go. There you go, fun. There you go. Some help. Cutie Fang do be going that way. Hey, there we go. Hey. Look, you gotta give the people what they want. They're like, give them the fang. I do have cute fangs. Oh goodness, thank you, Raz, for the three pebbles. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Now, to get back to what I was doing. Let's see. All right. Alice was rather doubtful of whether she ought to lie down on her face like the three gardeners, but she could not remember having ever heard of such a rule in processions, and besides, what would be the use of a procession, she thought, if people all lied down on their faces so that they couldn't see it? So she stood where she was and waited. When the procession came opposite of Alice, they all stopped and looked at her, and the Queen said severely, "Who is this?" She said to the Knave of Hearts, who only bowed and smiled in reply. "Idiot," said the Queen, tossing her head impatiently and turning to Alice as she went on. "What is your name, child?" "My name is Alice, so you please, your Majesty," said Alice very politely, but she added to herself, "Only a pack of cards, after all. I needn't be afraid of them." "And who are these?" said the Queen, pointing to the three gardeners who were lying round the rose tree, for you see, as they were lying on their faces and a pattern on their backs was the same as the rest of the pack. She could not tell whether they were gardeners, soldiers, or courtiers, or the three of her own children. "How should I know?" said Alice, surprised at her own courage. "It's no business of mine." The Queen turned crimson with fury, and after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, began screaming, "Off with her head! Off with her head!" "Nonsense," said Alice, very loudly and decidedly. The Queen was silent. The King laid his hand up on her upper arm and timidly said, "Consider, my dear, she is only a child." Welcome aboard, Istugo to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. The Queen turned angrily away from him and said only to the Knave, "Turn them over." The Knave did so very carefully with one foot. "Get up," said the Queen in a shrill, loud voice, and the three gardeners instantly jumped up and began bowing to the King and Queen with the royal children and everyone else. "Leave off at that," screamed the Queen. "You make me giddy." And with that, turning the rose tree, she went and said, "What have you been doing here?" "May it please your Majesty," said Two in a very humble tone, going down on one knee as he spoke, "we were trying to—" "I see," said the Queen, who had meanwhile been examining the roses. "Off with their heads." And the procession moved on, three of the soldiers remaining behind to execute the unfortunate gardeners who ran to Alice for protection. "You shan't be beheaded," said Alice as she put them onto a large flower pot, and she stood near. The three soldiers wandered about for a minute or two, looking for them, and then quietly marched off after the others. "Are their heads off?" shouted the Queen. "Their heads are gone, if it pleases your Majesty," the soldiers shouted in reply. "That's right," shouted the Queen. "Can you play croquet?" The soldiers were silent and looked to Alice as the question had evidently been meant for her. "Yes," shouted Alice. "Come on, then," roared the Queen, and Alice joined the procession, wondering very much what would happen next. "It is a very fine day." "It is a very fine day," said the timid voice to her side. She said as she was walking by the White Rabbit, who was peeping anxiously at her face. "Very," said Alice.
Where is the Duchess? Hush, hush, said the rabbit in a low, hushed tone. He looked anxiously over his shoulder as he spoke, and then raised himself upon tiptoe to put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered, She's under sentence of execution. What for? Said Alice. Did you say? What a pity, said the rabbit. No, I didn't, said Alice. I don't think it's a pity at all. I said, what for? She boxed the Queen's ears, said the rabbit began. Alice gave a little scream of laughter. Oh, hush, the rabbit whispered in a frightened tone. The Queen will hear you. And you see she came rather late, and the Queen said, Get to your places, shouted the Queen in a voice of thunder, and the people began running about in all directions, tumbling about each other. However, they got settled down in a minute or two, and the game had begun. Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet ground in her life. It was all ridges and furrows, and the croquet balls were all living hedgehogs, and the mallets lay flamingos, and the soldiers had to double themselves up to stand on their hands and feet to make the arches. The chief difficulty Alice found was first in managing her flamingo. She succeeded in getting its body tucked away comfortably enough underneath her arm with its legs hanging down, but generally, just as she got its neck nicely straightened out, it was going to give the hedgehog a blow with its head. It would twist itself around and look up at her face with such a puzzled expression that she could not help but bursting out laughing. And then when she got her head down, it was going to begin again. It was very provoking to find that the hedgehog had unrolled itself and was acting as a crawl-away. Besides all this, there was generally a ridge of furrow in the way whenever she wanted to send a hedgehog to, and the double-dipped soldiers were always getting up and walking off to other parts of the ground. Alice soon came to the conclusion that it was a very difficult game indeed. The players all played at once without waiting turns, quarrelling all the while, and fighting over the hedgehogs, and in a very short time the Queen was furious passion, and went stamping out about, shouting, Off with his head, off with her head, off with this head, and all in about a minute. Alice began to feel very uneasy. To be sure, she had not yet had any dispute with the Queen, but she knew that it might happen any minute, and then, thought she, what would become of me? They're dreadfully fond of beheading people here. It's a great wonder it is that there's anyone left alive. She was looking for some way of escape, and she was wondering what she could get away with without being seen, when she noticed a curious appearance in the air. It puzzled her very much at first, but then, watching it a minute or two later, she had made out to be a grin, and she had said to herself, It's the Cheshire Cat. Now I shall have somebody to talk to. How are you getting on? Said the cat as soon as it's there, with a mouth wide enough for it to speak again. Alice waited till its eyes appeared, and then nodded. It's of no use speaking to it, she thought, until its ears have come, or at least one of them. In another minute the whole head appeared, and then Alice put down her flamingo and began to account the game, feeling very glad that she had at least someone to listen to her. The cat seemed to think that there was enough of it now. Its sight, and no more of it appeared. I don't think they play fairly, said Alice, in rather a complaining tone. They all quarrel so dreadfully, one can't hear oneself speak, and they don't seem to have any rules in particular, at least if there is nobody attends to them. And if you have no idea how confusing all these things are to being alive, for instance, there's an arch, and I've got to go through the next, walking about the other end of the ground. I shall have a croquet the Queen's hedgehog just now, only it ran away when it saw mine coming. And how do you like the Queen? Said the cat in a low voice. Not at all, said Alice. She's so extremely... Just then she noticed that the Queen was close behind her, listening, so she went on, likely to win, that it's hardly worth finishing the game. The Queen smiled and passed on. Who are you talking to? Said the King, coming up to Alice, looking at the cat's head with great curiosity. It's a friend of mine, the Cheshire Cat, said Alice. Allow me to introduce you. I don't like the look of it, said the King. However, it may kiss my hand if it likes. I'd rather not, said the cat. Don't be impertinent, said the King, and don't look down at me like that. He's got behind Alice as he spoke. A cat may look at a king. A cat may look at a king, said Alice. I've read that in some book, but I don't remember where. Well, it must be removed, said the King very decidedly, and he called out to the Queen, who was passing at the moment. My dear, I wish you have this cat removed. The Queen had only one way of settling all difficulties, great or small. Off with his head, she said, without even looking around. I'll fetch the executioner myself, said the King eagerly, and he hurried off. Alice thought that she might as well go back and see how the game was going on. As she heard the Queen's voice in the distance, screaming with passion, she had already heard her sentence, 3 of the players to be executed for having missed their turns, and she did not like the look of things at all. The game was in such a confusion that she never knew whether or not it was her turn or not, so she went off in search of her hedgehog. The hedgehog was engaged in a fight with another hedgehog, which seemed to Alice an excellent opportunity for croqueting one of them with the other. The only difficulty is that her flamingo had gone across the other side of the garden, where Alice could see it trying in a helpless sort of way to fly up into a tree. By the time that she had caught the flamingo and brought it back, the fight was over, and both hedgehogs were out of sight. But it doesn't much matter, thought Alice, as all the arches are gone from this side of the ground, so she tucked it away underneath her arm so that it might not escape again, and went back to having a little more conversation with her friend. When she got back, the Cheshire Cat was surprised to find a rather large crowd around it. There was a dispute going on between the executioner, the king and the queen, who were all talking at once while the rest was silent and looked very uncomfortable. The moment that Alice appeared, she was appealed to be by all three to settle the question, and they repeated their arguments to her. As though they all spoke at once, she found it very hard to make out exactly what they said. The executioner's argument was that he could not cut off a head unless there was a body to cut it off from, and that he had never had to do such a thing before, and he wasn't going to begin in his time of life. The king's argument was anything that had a head could be beheaded, and thus you were not talking nonsense. The queen's argument was that if something was done in about less than no time, she'd have everybody executed all around. This was the last remark that had made the whole party look grave and anxious. Alice could think of nothing else to say. "It belongs to the Duchess, so you better ask her about it." "She is in prison," said the queen to the executioner. "Fetch her here." And the executioner went off like an arrow. The cat's head began fading away the moment it was gone, and by the time that he had come back with the Duchess, it had entirely disappeared. So the king and the executioner ran wildly up and down looking for it, while the rest of the party went back to the game. Yes, Wolf Lord, we are doing Alice in Wonderland, and we are on Chapter 9, the Mock Turtle story, because we have just finished Chapter 8, the croquet game. Alright, you can't think that how... Excuse me. Have a bit of a burp going on here. Also, welcome aboard Yoshi and Pinch Egonik to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Quality burp. Just a little burp. Just a little hottie burp. Sometimes if I drink too much water, it's just ugh. Hello, Zero Royal. Hello. "You can't think how glad I am to see you again, dear old thing," said the Duchess, as she tucked her arm affectionately to Alice as they walked off together. Alice was very glad to have found her in such a pleasant temper, although to herself perhaps it was the only pepper that had made her so savage when they met in the kitchen. "When I'm a Duchess," she said to herself, not in a very hopeful tone, though, "I won't have any pepper in my kitchen at all. Soup does very well without it. Maybe there's always pepper that makes people hot-tempered," she went on, very pleased in having found a new kind of rule. "And vinegar makes them sour, and chamomile makes them bitter, and barley and sugar and such things make children sweet-tempered. So I only wish people knew that, and they wouldn't be so stingy about it, you know." I see that we have an otter chitter, so I will be pausing the reading for a moment to indulge you. Oh, thank you, Cheesy. Thank you so much for being subscribed for 2 months and giving me your Prime. You know, you could have given that to anybody. But thank you for giving it to me. And I always love doing some streams, so I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself, even if you did have a very tiring day. But you see, now we've made a bit of a mistake, because now I'm here. Oh, Ashen, you think that you're just peeking, as though I will let you leave. That's so cute. Koi desu ne. Adorable. All of you are too cute. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? You're just a little ash urn. I'll pick you up and carry you wherever I like. You're all such adorable little treasures. Would you like me to continue reading to you, or do you want me to just talk like this for the next 10 minutes? 'Cause see, I can always take a bit of a break. So what would you prefer, my sweet treasures? Hello, Penguin Pope. Oh, is this really a weird time? You know it's not nice to say that it's weird. Would you like some morphine? I can give you some morphine. I wouldn't want you to be in any pain. My kisses are laid with a little bit of morphine. There you go. After all, smooches are the best medicine. They're healing that costs 0 MP. Yes, see, you've been here long enough. You should know. I just come out and play a little bit at a time. I can't help it. It's fun. And all of you enjoy it so much. It makes my heart flutter just a little. I mean, that you all want me to be here. After all, I'd be sad if you wanted me to go away. And you don't want me to be sad, do you? What would I do if I was sad? Well, I wouldn't hurt you, but we play an awful fun game of cat and mouse. And if I played a game of cat and mouse, when I caught you, let's say you'd be very, very afraid. Because we would have a time, and that time would be me training you to behave better. And now let's see, I have many tips and tricks and toys to use. I'm just saying, I might put you in isolation for a couple of days until you're just a whiny little sad mess with your fingers underneath the door begging for my attention. Oh, you think Nemo would help you? No. Well, yes, I do believe rope can be used as a toy. After all, people jump it, don't they? You don't make that weird. See, welcome, Mr. DeLuke 2838, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. As well as Owl Be Back 12. Well, you're definitely not going anywhere else. I've captured you now. You're on my vacation that never ends. Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. You're not going anywhere, darlings. My beautiful treasures. You see, I don't want to be left alone. Otters need... Well, if you think about it, Ashen, cruise ships are just waterbound hotels. They have elevators and pools and all sorts of other things. Just remember that. They even have restaurants and, snack bars and gift shops. It's just a waterbound hotel. You might have 3 click-clacks on your side. Well, it's funny because I'm kind of the one in charge. Yes, we do have a pool and a bar. And we also have a wonderful coffee shop for those of you who are a bit more morning people. And so, we have such a lovely time. Yes, and it almost has an infinite amount of rooms. It's almost like it keeps getting bigger the more people we get. I love coffee. I love my plant juice. Give me tea, give me coffee, in literally any form. We'll have a lovely time, maybe a little cute coffee date if all of you behave well.
Yes, I like my plant juice, my bean water. See, I hired Dr. Alexia, who is a scientist of a gray moral compass, and she might have had specific technology that allows me here to have an infinite amount of rooms. So as many times as people come in, they never leave. I mean, I'd be so sad if I didn't have a place for them, especially if I collected them, because you're all so adorable. You see, you don't want coffee to wake up yet. Well, the best part of waking up is in fact coffee. That is my motivator. Me getting up is the wonderful smell of fresh coffee. The ship was already an eldritch horror. Where do you think I got it? It's straight out of the Bermuda Triangle. No, let's not talk about Folgers, because then all I'm gonna think about is that one commercial, the one that's like really incesty. And then it's like, the best part of waking up is incest in your cup. Have you not seen the Folgers commercial from like forever ago? That's like the brother goes from like the war and he comes back and the sister's like giving him a look that's like, sir, if your sister's giving you that look, you are in Alabama. I'm from the South. I know what that looks like. I didn't steal it. It was given. And if things are given, you shouldn't look them in the mouth. Right? Right? But yes, what happened? Well, we were talking about the Folgers commercial, the one from a few years ago, Zero Oil. Specifically the one that's like very incesty. Don't you want to look me in the mouth to aim the kisses? Well, that only works if you're shorter than me. So, I think you have to look somewhere else. Yes, the Folgers commercial, the one they had to pull because they can't use it ever again. It's like the Folgers siblings. Oh, I see you're trying to distract me so that I can't come chase you. You know that's a cute idea. You're trying to distract me. Don't worry. I'll find all of you. Seemed wholesome to you? Well, look, if my sister looked at me the way that his sister looked at him, we'd be getting some kiss X sis in the shit. It would be very suspicious. What's the funny? The funny is me talking specifically about the Folgers commercial that's very incesty. Speaking of coffee's commercials, has anybody seen the Watkins Coffee's commercials? I have never seen that. You're gonna hide in your super secret box for it on the ship? But if you do that, you won't get to come to the tea party. And there's so many lovely beverages and food snacks that I have for you. Don't you want some wonderful food snacks? I spent all day making it for you. I promise. It's not even poisoned. Thank you, Ashen, for the 100 pebbles. I'll take a look. It's just more. You might try a nibble. All right. You can try a nibble. That's how I get you to stay. It's the food. Because I know the true way to everybody's heart is through their tum-tum. Very short commercials of somebody killing somebody else and not for liking Wilkins coffee. You know, I feel like that's a bit of an overstatement. Oh no. Savvy Senpai's throwing herself on her sword for all of you. Shh, Ashen, you're not supposed to say that. I mean, you're right, but You're not supposed to say it. I'm glad that I've gotten you to stay. We'll have a very merry unbirthday party. A much more pleasant tea party than Alice was having with the March Hare. That I won't kill them with, that I might drug them, but I won't kill them with poison. You know, I'm wondering if Savvy Senpai just wants to have me all to herself. I'm thinking that's more along the lines of what she's thinking. Mr. Greedy, thank you so much for the 100 pebbles. I appreciate it. Oh, that was Anorus, not you. I saw an A. What is this, sashimi? What did I... Ugh. Yeah, that's about how that goes. But that's only if you're being bad. I'll only paralyze you a little bit if you're bad. There's no resistance. No resistance. Only Pearl. Only Pearl. And it's been 13 minutes. So, I have to go now. But I will miss you. All of you lovely treasures. Do behave while I'm gone. Don't worry, I'll be back again. And soon. All of you. I love how all of you are just like, no resistance. Head empty, only Pearl. Back at the next redeem. Yeah, somebody else goes and does it instantly. You gonna finish stream? I mean, I've still got an hour and 15 minutes to go, and there's still plenty more of Alice in Wonderland to read. So I'll keep on trucking a little bit. Okay. So I'm not finishing stream. Yeah, story time. Yeah, we did a 10-minute break of Yandere. It's time for more Alice in Wonderland, as we are doing the Mock Turtle story. We are reading Alice in Wonderland currently. Alright. She had quite forgotten the Duchess at this time, and she startled when she heard her voice close to her ear. "You're thinking about something, my dear, and that makes you forget to talk. I can't tell just what moral of this is, but I shall remember it in a bit." "Perhaps it hasn't one," Alice ventured to remark. "Tut, tut, child," said the Duchess. "Everything's got a moral if only you can find it," and she squeezed herself up closer to Alice's side as she spoke. Alice did not much like her keeping so close to her, first because the Duchess was very ugly, and secondly because she was exactly the right height to rest her chin on Alice's shoulder, and it was an uncomfortably sharp chin. However, she did not like to be rude, so she bore it as well as she could. "The game's going on rather better now," she said, by keeping away of the conversation a little. "'Tis so," said the Duchess, "and the moral of that is, oh, 'tis love, makes the world go round." "Someone said," and Alice whispered, "that it is done by everybody minding their own business." "Ah, well, that means much the same thing," said the Duchess, digging up her sharp little chin into Alice's shoulder as she added, "and the moral of that is, take care of the sense of sounds, what will take care of themselves." How fond she is of finding moral in things, Alice thought to herself. "I dare say that you're wondering why I do not put my arm round your waist," said the Duchess, after a pause. "The reason is that I'm doubtful about the temper of your flamingo. Shall I try it in the experiment?" "He might bite," Alice cautiously replied, not feeling at all anxious about the experiment tried. "Very true," said the Duchess. Flamingos and mustard both bite, and the moral of that is, birds of a feather flock together." "Only mustard isn't a bird," Alice remarked. Nose itchies. Right as usual," said the Duchess. "What a clear way you have of putting things. It is a mineral, I think," said Alice. "Of course it is," said the Duchess, who seemed ready to agree with everything that Alice said. "There's a large mustard machine near here, and the moral of that is, the more there is mine, the less there is of yours." "Oh, I know," exclaimed Alice, who had not attended to this last remark. "It is a vegetable, and it doesn't look like one, but it is." "I quite agree with you," said the Duchess, "and the moral of that is be what you would seem to be. Or, you'd like it to put more simply, never imagine yourself not to be otherwise than what it might appear others to think that you might have been, that wasn't there otherwise than what you would have been appeared to them to be otherwise." "I think I
should understand you better," Alice said quite politely, "if I had written down, but I can't quite follow what you say." "That's nothing to do what I say, of course I choose," the Duchess replied, in a pleased tone. "Please don't trouble yourself to say anything longer than that," said Alice. "Oh, don't talk about trouble," said the Duchess. "I make you a present of everything I have said as yet." "That's cheap sort of a present," thought Alice. "I'm glad people don't give birthday presents like that," she said, not to venture to say it again out loud. "Thinking again," said the Duchess, in another dig her sharp little chin. "I have a right to think," said Alice sharply, for she was beginning to feel a little worried. "Just about as much as the right, as the Duchess says, as pigs have to fly in them." But then, to Alice's great surprise, the Duchess's voice died away in the middle of her favourite word, moral, and the arm was then linked to hers began to tremble. Alice looked up, and there stood the Queen in front of them with her arms folded, frowning like a thunderstorm. "A fine day, your Majesty," said the Duchess, and began in a low, weak voice. "Now, I shall give you fair warning," shouted the Queen, stamping on the ground as she spoke. "Either you or your head must be off, and in that about half no time. Take your choice." The Duchess took her choice, and it was gone in a moment. "Then let's go on with the game," said the Queen to Alice, and Alice was much too frightened to say a word, but slowly followed her back to the croquet ground. The other guests had taken advantage of the Queen's absence and were resting in the shade. However, the moment they saw her, they hurried back to the game, the Queen merely remarking in the moment's delay would cost them their lives. All the time they were playing, the Queen never left off quarrelling with the other players and shouting, "Off with her head," or "Off with her head," whose seldom sentence was taken into custody by the soldiers, who of course then left off to being the archers to do this, so that by the end of the half an hour or so there were no archers left, and all the players except the King and Queen and Alice were in custody and under some sentence of execution. Then the Queen left off, quite out of breath, and said to Alice, "Have you seen the mock turtle yet?" "No," said Alice. "I don't think I know what a mock turtle is." "It's the thing the mock turtle soup is made from," said the Queen. "I never saw one, or heard of one," said Alice. "Come on, then," said the Queen, "and he shall tell you his history." As they walked off together, Alice heard the King say in a low voice, and the company generally, "You are pardoned. Come, that's a good thing," she said to herself, for she had felt quite unhappy at the number of executions the Queen had ordered. Very soon they came upon a griffin lying fast asleep in the sun. If you don't know what a griffin is, please take a look at the picture. The picture is a eagle front half and a lion back half of a mystical creature. Most people who have played D&D have an understanding of kind of what this looks like. Or, you know, the other form of a thing that was not trying to think of it. Griffin is like the thing, the crest from Harry Potter, like Gryffindor. Yes. I was trying to think, like, yeah, there. Most people have seen that, right? Most people know what Harry Potter is. I think it was pretty popular. Hippogriff. No, it's a griffin. The hippogriff is the thing that they is buckbeak, which is the horse half and the bird front. This is the one where it's got the lion back half and the bird front. So that is a griffin, which is what I believe Gryffindor's like crest is a griffin, I think. It's been a really long time since I fucking read, okay? "Up, you lazy thing," said the Queen, "and take this young lady to see the mock turtle, and to hear its history I must go back and see after some executions I have ordered." And she walked off, leaving Alice alone with the griffin. Alice did not quite the look of the creature, but on the whole she thought it would be quite safe to stay with so long as to go after the savage Queen, so she waited. The griffin sat up and rubbed its eyes, then watched the Queen till she was out of sight, and chuckled. "What fun," said the griffin, half to itself and half to Alice. "What is the fun?" said Alice. "Why, she," said the griffin, "in all her fancy that they never execute. It's all her fancy that they never execute nobody, you know. Come on." "Everybody knows that. Come on." Oh, here we go. "Everybody says, 'Come on here,' though Alice, as though she went slowly after it, I was never ordered to about before so in my life." They had not gone far before they saw the mock turtle in the distance, sitting sad and lonely at the edge of the rock. As it came nearer, Alice could hear him sighing if his heart would break. She pitied him deeply. "What is his sorrow?" she asked the griffin, and the griffin answered very neatly in the same words as before. "It's all his fancy, that he doesn't have no sorrow. You know, come on." Yeah, it's been a long time since I've read Harry Potter, or really even looked at it. I read it as a younger person, but
it was, while I liked it, I was not obsessed with it. I was more of a circle opens kind of girl. So like Tamora Pierce was more of my Tamora Pierce, Cornelia Funk. That was more my speed. So me big fan of that.
So they went up to the Mock Turtle, who looked at them with the large eyes full of tears but said nothing. "This here young lady," said the Gryphon, "she wants to know your history, she do." "I'll tell her," said the Mock Turtle in a deep, hollow tone. "Sit down, both of you, and don't speak a word until I'm finished." So they sat down, and nobody spoke for some minutes. Alice thought to herself, "I don't see how he can ever finish if he doesn't begin." But she waited patiently. "Once," said the Mock Turtle, the last with a deep sigh, "I was a real turtle." These words were then followed by a very long silence, broken only by the occasional exclamation of "Kaguk!" and the Gryphon and the constant heavy sobbing of the Mock Turtle. Alice was very nearly getting up, saying, "Thank you, sir, for your interesting story," but she could not help thinking that there must be more to come, so she sat still and said nothing. "When we were little," the Mock Turtle went last more calmly, though still sobbing a little now and then, "we went to school in the sea. The master of the old turtle, we used to call him Tortoise." "Why did you call him Tortoise if he wasn't one?" Alice asked. "We called him Tortoise because he taught us." And said the Mock Turtle angrily, "You really are very dull." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself for asking such a simple question," added the Gryphon, and then they both sat silent and looked upon poor Alice, who felt ready to sink into the earth. At last the Gryphon said to the Mock Turtle, "Dive on, good fellow. Don't be about it all day." And then he went on in these words, "Yes, we went to school in the sea, though you mightn't believe it." "I never said I didn't," interrupted Alice. "You did," said the Mock Turtle. "Hold your tongue," added the Gryphon. Before Alice could speak again, the Mock Turtle went on. "We had the best of education. In fact, we went to school every day." "I've been to day school too," said Alice. "You needn't be so proud as that." "With extras?" said the Mock Turtle a little anxiously. "Yes, we learned French and music." "And washing?" said the Mock Turtle. "Certainly not," said Alice indignantly. "Oh, then yours really wasn't that good school," he said, Mock Turtle in a tone of great relief. "Now at ours we had at the end of a bill French music and washing extra." "You couldn't have wanted it much," said Alice, "living it at the bottom of the sea." "I couldn't afford to learn it," said the Mock Turtle with a sigh. "I only took the regular course." "What was that?" inquired Alice. "Reading and writing, of course, to begin with," the Mock Turtle replied, and then with different branches of arithmetic, ambition, distraction, uglification, and desertion." "I've never heard of uglification," Alice ventured to say. "What is it?" Oh, Huey Phoenix, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. I appreciate it. And welcome aboard, Benito Files, to the ASMOtter Worldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. And thank you, Australia Draws, as well, for the follow. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much. Feel free to pull up something comfy. We're reading. Remember, reading is fundamental. Alright. The Gryphon lifted both of its paws in surprise. "Never heard of uglifying," it exclaims. "You know what beautifying is, I suppose." "Yes," Alice doubtfully. "It means to make something prettier." "Well then," the Gryphon went on, "if you don't know what uglifying is, then you are a simpleton." Alice did not feel encouraged to ask any more questions about it, so she turned to the Mock Turtle and said, "What else had you to learn?" "Well, there was a mystery," said the Mock Turtle replied, counting off the subjects on his flappers. "Mystery, ancient and modern, with seography and drawing. And the drawing master was an old cougar eel that used to come once a week. He taught us drawing, stretching, and fighting in the coils." "And what was that like?" said Alice. "Well, I can't show it to you myself," said the Mock Turtle. "I'm too stiff, and Gryphon never learned it." "Hot in the time," said the Gryphon. "I went to the classical master, though, and he is no crab, he was." "I never went to him," said the Mock Turtle with a sigh. "He taught laughing and grief, they used to say." So he did, said the Gryphon, sighing at his turn. Both creatures hid their faces in the paws. "And about how many hours a day did you do lessons?" said Alice in a hurry to change the subject. 10 hours the first day," said the Mock Turtle. 9 the next, and so on." "What a curious plan!" exclaimed Alice. That's the reason they are called lessons, said Griffin, mocked, because they lessen from day to day. That was a quite new idea to Alice, and she thought it over a little bit, and she made her next remark. Then the 11th day must have been a holiday. Of course it was, said the Mock Turtle. Then how did you manage on the 12th? Alice went eagerly. That is enough about lessons, the Griffin interrupted in a very decided tone. Tell her something about your games now. And now we are on chapter 10. The Lobster Quadriddle. All right. The Mock Turtle sighed deeply and drew back one flapper across his eyes. He looked at Alice and tried to speak, but for a minute or two, sobs choked his voice. Same as it had been bone in his throat. Oh, sorry, that was the Griffin. Same if it had been the bone in his throat, said the Griffin, and to set work shaking him and punching him in the back. As the last, the Mock Turtle recovered his voice, and with that tears running down his cheeks, he went on again. You may have not lived much under the sea. I haven't, said Alice. And perhaps you've never been introduced to a lobster. Alice began to say, I once tasted, but then cheeked herself hastily and said, No, never. So you've no idea what a delight it is to think of a lobster crediddle it is? No, indeed, said Alice. What sort of dance is it? Why, said the Griffin, you'll first form a line on the seashore. 2 lines, said the Mock Turtle. Seals, turtles, salmon, and so on, when you've cleared all the jellyfish out of the way. That generally takes some time, interrupted the Griffin. You advance twice, each with a lobster as a partner, cried the Griffin. Of course, said the Mock Turtle. Advance twice, set to partners. All right. Change lobsters and retire in the same order, continued the Griffin. Then you know, the Mock Turtle went on, you throw the lobsters, shouted the Griffin, and bound with the air, as far out into the sea as you can. Swim after them. Turn a somersault in the sea, cried the Mock Turtle, capering wildly about. Change lobsters again, said the Griffin to the top of his voice. Back to land again, and that's the first figure, said the Mock Turtle, suddenly dropping his voice, and 2 creatures who had been jumping out like mad things all this time sat again, very silently and very quietly looked at Alice. It must be a very pretty dance, said Alice timidly. Would you like to see a little of it, said the Mock Turtle. Very much indeed, said Alice. Come, let us do the first figure, the Griffin said to the Mock Turtle. We can do without the lobsters, you know. Which shall sing? Oh, you shall sing, said the Griffin. I've forgotten the words. So they began solemnly dancing round and round Alice, every now and then treading their toes where they passed too close, waving their forepaws to mark the time when the Mock Turtle sang this very slowly and very sadly. Will you walk a little faster? Said the wailing to the snail. There's a porpoise right behind us, then he's chained on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They're waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? You can have Billy no motion, how delightful it'll be when they take us up and throw us lobsters out to sea. But the snail replied, too far, and gave us a look askance. Said he thanked the waiting lady kindly, but he would not join the dance. Would you, could not, would not, could not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not join the dance. Ewick, enjoy going to sleep. Good night, good night. I hope you have a wonderful dream. That was fun, singing as the Mock Turtle. That was kind of hard. Especially because I have, like, no rhythm for it. What matters not how far we go, his scaly friend replied. There is another shore, you know, upon the other side. A further far off England, yet nearer is to France. Then turn not pale, beloved snail, but come and join the dance. Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, join the dance? Thank you. It's a very interesting dance to watch, said Alice, feeling very glad that it was over at last. And I do so like that curious song you were writing.
Oh, as is to writing, as the Mock Turtle, said the Mock Turtle. Then you've seen them, of course.
Yes, said Alice. I've awfully seen them at Din. She checked herself hastily. I don't know where Din. Oh.
I don't know where Din may be, said Mock Turtle, but if you ever seen them so often, of course you know what they're like.
Ah, welcome aboard. Wade March 77 and Francesco 3,337 7 to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. I believe so, said Alice, replied thoughtfully. They have their tails in their mouths and they're all over crumbs.
You're wrong about the crumbs, said the Mock Turtle. Crumbs would all wash off in the sea, but they have their tails in their mouth, and the reason is this.
Here the Mock Turtle yawned and shut his eyes.
Tell her about the reason of that,
he said to the Griffin. The reason is, said the Griffin, that they would all go with the lobsters to the dance, so they'd thrown out to sea, so they had to fall along the way, so they got their tails fast in their mouths, so they couldn't get them out again. That's all. Thank you, said Alice. It's very interesting. I never knew so much about a whiting before. I can tell you more than that if you'd like, said the Griffin. Do you know why it's called a whiting? I've never really thought about it, said Alice. Why? It does have boots and shoes, the Griffin replied very solemnly. Alice was thoroughly puzzled. Does the boots and shoes? She repeated in a wondering tone. Why, what are your shoes done with? Said the Griffin. I mean, what makes them so shiny? Alice looked down at them and considered a little before she gave the answer. They're done with blackening, I believe. Boots and shoes under the sea, said Griffin, went on in a deep voice, are done with whitening. Now you know. And what are they made of? Alice asked in a tone of great curiosity. Soles and eels, of course, the Griffin replied, rather impatiently. Any shrimp could have told you that. If I'd been to a whitening, said Alice, whose thoughts were still running with the song, I'd have to say the porpoise, keep back, please, we don't want you with us. They were obliged to
have him with them, said the Mock Turtle. No wise fish would go anywhere without a porpoise.
Wouldn't it really? Said Alice in a tone of great surprise.
Of course not, said the Mock Turtle. Why, a fish came to me and told me he was on a journey, I should say. With what purpose?
Don't you mean with what purpose? Said Alice.
I meant what I say, said the Mock Turtle, replied in an offended tone, and the Griffin added, Come, let us hear of your adventures.
I could tell you my adventures, beginning from this morning, said Alice a little timidly, but it's of no use going back to yesterday, because I was a different person then.
Explain all that, said the Mock Turtle.
No, the adventures first, said the Griffin in an impatient tone. Explanations take a dreadful time. So Alice began telling them of her adventures from the time she first saw the white rabbit, when she was nervous about it, and at first 2 creatures got close to her, one on each side, and opened their eyes and mouths very wide. But she gained the courage and went on, her listeners perfectly quiet until she got to the part about repeating, You are old Father William, to the caterpillar, and the words all coming out different, and the Mock Turtle drew a long breath and said,
That's very curious.
It's as curious as it can be, said the Griffin.
It all came out different, the Mock Turtle repeated thoughtfully. It should be hear thy, and try to repeat something. Tell her to begin.
He looked at the Griffin as though he had some kind of authority over Alice. Stand up and repeat. This is the voice of a sluggard, said the Griffin. How creatures order one about, and make one repeat lessons. How the creatures order me about and make one repeat lessons, thought Alice. I might as well be at school at once. However, she got up and began to repeat, but her head was so full of the lobster quadrille that she hardly knew what she was saying, and all the words became very queer indeed. 'Tis the voice of the lobster, I heard him declare, You have baked me too brown, and I must sugar my hair. As a duck with its eyelids, so he uses his nose, trims his belt and his buttons, and turns out his toes. When the sandals are all dry, and he's gay as a lark, I will take in contemptuous the tones of a shark. But when the tide rises and the sharks are around, his voice is timid and tremulous sound.
That's different from what I used to say when I was a child, said the Mock Turtle.
Well, I've never heard it before, said the Griffin, but it sounds uncommon nonsense. Alice said nothing, as she set down her face in her hands, wondering if she would ever happen in a natural way again.
I should like to have it explained, said the Mock Turtle.
She can't explain it, said the Griffin. Go on with the next verse.
But about his toes, said the Mock Turtle, persisted. How could he turn 'em out with his nose, you know?
The first position is the dancing, Alice said, but she was dreadfully puzzled by the whole thing and longed to change the subject. Go on with the next verse, the Gryphon repeated. It begins, I pass by his garden. Alice did not dare to disobey, though she felt unsure it would come out all wrong, so she went out in a trembling voice. I passed by his gardens and mocked with one eye how the owl and the panther were sharing a pie. The panther took the pie crust, the gravy, the meat, while the owl had the dish and the share of his treat. When the pie was all finished and the owl was a boon, he's carefully permitted to pocket the spoon, while the panther received the knife and fork with a growl. He concluded the banquet by...
What's the use of repeating all that stuff? The Mock Turtle interrupted. If you don't explain it as you go on, it's by far the most confusing thing I've ever heard.
Yes, I think you better leave it off now, said the Gryphon, as Alice was only too glad to do so. Shall we try another figure of the lobster quadrille? Said the Gryphon went on. Or would you like to try the Mock Turtle to sing you another song? Oh, a song, please. If the Mock Turtle would be so kind, Alice repeated so eagerly that the Gryphon said in a rather offended tone, no accounting for taste. Sing her turtle soup, would you, old fellow? The Mock Turtle sighed deeply as he began in a voice and choked in sobs by singing. Oh, I see there's a stretchy stretch. Also, welcome aboard the Egg Slayer. To the ASMOtter VOD traveler, please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Up, left, right, down. And thank you, Drunken Salamander, for the Atawata. I will enjoy it. Atawata. Just anytime I take a sip, it's just like Atawata in the background. Alright.
Beautiful soup, so rich and so green, waiting in a hot tureen. For who such dainties would not be soup? Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, beautiful soup. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, who cares for fish, game, or any other dish? Who would give not else for two? Every penny's worth of beautiful soup. Penny worth only of beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, beautiful soup. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup.
Chorus again, cried the Gryphon, and the Mock Turtle just began to repeat it when the cry of the trials is beginning is heard in the distance. Come on, said the Gryphon, and taking Alice by the hand, it hurried off without waiting for the end of the song. What trials is it? Alice panted as she ran, but the Gryphon only answered, come on, and ran faster, with more and more faintly carried the words of the breeze that followed them, with the merry calling words of
Soup of the evening, beautiful soup.
Alright, we're on chapter, I believe this is chapter 11. Who Stole the Tarts? The king and the queen and hearts were settled on their throne when they arrived, with a great crowd assembled around them, all sorts of little birds and beasts, as well as a whole pack of cards. The knave was standing before them in chains, with a soldier on each side to guard him, and near the king was the white rabbit with a trumpet in one hand and the scroll of parchment in the other. In the very middle of the court was a table with a large dish of tarts upon it. They looked so good that it made Alice quite hungry to look at them. I wish they'd get the trial done, she thought, and hand round the refreshments. But there seemed to be no chance of this, so she began looking at everything about her to pass away the time. Alice had never been to a court of justice before, but she had read them in books, and she was quite pleased to find that she knew the name of nearly everything there. That's the judge, she said to herself, because of his great wig. The judge, by the way, was the king, and he wore his crown over his wig, to look the front piece if you'd like to see however he did it. He did not look at all comfortable, and was certainly not becoming. And that's the jury box, said Alice. Thought Alice, with those 12 creatures. She was obliged to say creatures, you see, because some of them were animals, some of them were birds, and I suppose those are the jurors, she said the last word or 2-3 times over herself, being rather proud of it, for she thought, and rightly so, that a few of the little girls her age knew the meaning of it all. However, jurymen would have done just as well, as the 12 jurors were all writing very busily on slates. What are they doing? Alice whispered to the Gryphon. They can't have everything to be put down yet before the trial's even begun. They're putting down their names, said the Gryphon, whispered in reply, for fear they should forget them before the end of the trial. Stupid things, Alice began in a loud, indignant voice, but she stopped herself hastily, for the white rabbit cried out, Silence in the court! And the king put on his spectacles, and looked anxiously around to make sure no one was talking. Alice could see, as though she were looking over their shoulders, that all the jurors were writing down stupid things on their slates, so she could even make out that some of them didn't know how to spell stupid, and that he had to ask his neighbor to tell him. Nice muddle in their slates she'll be before the trial's over, thought Alice. One of the jurors had a pencil, and that squeaked. This, of course, Alice could not stand, and she went around the court and got behind him. Very soon found the opportunity of taking it away. She did so quickly that the poor little juror, it was Bill, the lizard, could not make at all what had become of it, so after hunting all about for it, he was obliged to write with one finger for the rest of the day, and this was of very little use, as he had no mark on the slate. Harold, read the accusation, said the king. On this White Rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet, and then unrolled the parchment scroll to read as follows. The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts on all of a summer's day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole the tarts and took them quite away. Consider your verdict, said the king to the jury. Not yet, the rabbit hastily interrupted. There's a great deal that comes before that. Call the first witness, said the king, and the White Rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet and called out, First witness. First witness was a hatter. He had came with a teacup in a hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. I beg your pardon, your majesty, he began, for bringing these in, but I hadn't quite finished my tea for one I was sent for. You ought to have finished, said the king. When did you begin? The hatter looked at the March Hare, who had followed him to the court, arm in arm with the Dormouse. 14th of March, I think it was. 15th, said the March Hare. 16th, said the Dormouse. Write that down. Write that down. The king said to the jury, and the jury eagerly wrote down all 3 dates on their slates, and then added them up and reduced the answer to shillings and a pence. How many chapters are there? I think we're almost done. Actually, I don't think there's much more since we are at the trial. I think this will be the last couple of chapters. So I think we've got like 2. This one, and maybe the last one. I'm glad that you like all the voices. I try very hard to keep them separate, but it's a little hard. Take off your hat, said the king to the hatter. It isn't mine, said the hatter. Stolen! The king exclaimed, turning to the jury, who instantly made a memorandum of the fact. I keep them to sell, said the hatter, as an explanation. I have none of my own. I am a hatter. Here the queen put on her spectacles and began staring at the hatter, who turned pale and fidgeted. Give your evidence, said the king, and don't be nervous or I'll have you executed on the spot. This did not seem to encourage the witness at all. He kept shifting from one foot to the other, looking uneasily at the queen, and in his confusion he bit a large piece out of his teacup instead of the bread and butter. Just at this moment, Alice felt a very curious sensation which puzzled her a great deal, until she made out what it was. She began to grow larger again, and she thought at first she would get up and leave the court, but the second thought she decided to remain where she was, as long as there was still room for her. I wish you wouldn't squeeze so, said the Dormouse, who was sitting next to her. I can hardly breathe. I can't help it, said Alice very meekly. I'm growing. You've no right to grow here, said the Dormouse. Don't talk nonsense, said Alice more boldly. You know you're growing too. Yes, but I grow at a reasonable pace, said the Dormouse, not in that ridiculous fashion. And he got up very sulkily and crossed over to the other side of the court. At this time the queen had never left off staring at the hatter, and just as the Dormouse crossed the court, she said to one of the officers of the court, Bring me the list of singers in that last concert, which one of the wretched on which the wretched hatter trembled so that he shook off both his shoes. Give your evidence, the king repeated angrily, or I'll have you executed, whether you're nervous or not. I'm a poor man, your majesty, the hatter began in a trembling voice, and I hadn't yet begun my tea, not above a week or so, and with all that bread and buttering getting on thin in the twinkling of the tea. The twinkling of the what? Said the king. It began with the tea, the hatter replied. Of course twinkling begins with a T, said the king sharply. Do you take me for a dunce? Go on. I am a poor man, the hatter went on, and most things twinkled after that. Only the March Hare said, I didn't. The March Hare interrupted with great hurry. You did, said the hatter. I deny it, said the March Hare. He denies it, said the king. Leave out that part. Well, at any rate, the Dormouse said, the hatter went on looking anxiously around the table to see if he would deny it too, but the Dormouse denied nothing, being fast asleep. After that, continued the hatter, I cut some more bread and butter. But what did the Dormouse say? One of the jury asked. I can't remember, said the Hatter. You must remember, said the King, or I'll have you executed. Oh, thank you, New May. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a little hard. Okay. I gotta stretch. So up, left, right, and forward. I'm glad that you guys enjoy listening. I'm having quite a good time. This has been my first story reading session, but I think that I would very much like to do this more than once. And maybe, I don't know, how do we feel about maybe reading Sherlock Holmes? Because I have a leather-bound Sherlock Holmes book as well, so that would be kind of fun. It's one of the complete works of Sherlock Holmes. So maybe we'll do that, or maybe some other books. I'll just get a plethora of books, of some other books, and read those. That would be fun. But I think we are going to the Sherlock bias showing again. Hey, he's pretty in FGO. Don't question me. I don't trust him, but he is cute. Also, because that means that I can read it in my British FGO voice. Hurtlock Shaloms, isn't this? I don't know why they don't just do Sherlock Holmes, because I believe that he is considered, free. He is both a character of Arthur Conan Doyle, but he's also free public domain now. So people can use him as a character. So essentially he's Schrodinger's OC. So you can basically plop his ass anywhere you want to, because he's technically public domain. So I don't know why they didn't just say Sherlock Holmes. Have I done any voice acting? Much to Savvy Senpai's continual no, that's not true. I've never done voice acting. This is all just me. I've never professionally dubbed over anything or had anybody have me do anything. So this is all just 100% just me. Just me being just dumb. So I have never done any professional voice acting. The closest thing I have is me doing the accents in Pokemon, in my own stream, or doing the voices for FGO characters in my own stream, and that's it. I've never done any professional voice acting. I would love to, though. I know that my friend Zero used to do voice acting, and he used to do YouTube stuff for that. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. CST, we will be rolling for the boy, for the husbando. It will be husbando or bust. So that will be happening tomorrow, and I may cry, either in joy or pain. But you see, I'm getting paid soon, so I'm I got money. Wallet Chan will maybe take a hit. It's okay. I think I'll be doing a Wallet Chan might be crying too. Wallet Chan's gonna cry, I'm gonna cry, Chat's gonna cry, we're all gonna have a great time. Which is just me diving into 2 years worth of madness. Madness, Otter returns. Merlin, come here. But I look very forward to doing the roles tomorrow, so I hope that some of you will be there to watch me cry in agony. That's fair. Though I never spend more than my means on gacha, I only have 3 that I kind of spend money on. You could read Dragon next if you like madness. I could read plenty of other things. I have lots of books here. Honestly, I kind of also want to read The Hobbit. I could probably read The Hobbit, because it's got a dragon in it. So that would be really cool. Welcome aboard, Jean Dethoni 1 to the SS Otterworldly Dragon. Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for... Oh, daggone. Got it. I heard dragon. Red dragon. Reading's hard. Reading hard. Shrek has a dragon in it. Yes, it does. And that dragon has babies. With a donkey. That's canon. They have weird babies. They look very strange. You read Dragon too because you didn't look close enough. The guy who spent a lot. I know a guy who spent a lot on gacha to go in to get to debt. So 48-hour stream. No, we just do 4 hours of The Hobbit and then like do like another 4 hours another time. I think maybe I'll do like a book story reading like maybe once, like one Saturday out of the month, maybe two. The Count of Monte. Oh man, I do kind of want to read The Count of Monte Cristo specifically because I love Edmond Dantes. I love him. For my sea ship captain husbando, I would absolutely read the Count of Monte Cristo, and of course Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is good. I could also read Wuthering Heights. So if you like Bronte works, I would read that as well. It's a pretty good book, though it is also incredibly sad. Now you want Monte Cristo as unhealthy as I are. Okay, I'm gonna let you know, I love a Monte Cristo sandwich. I know they're terribly unhealthy. I know I shouldn't have cheese, but I'm gonna still eat that bitch. It's so good. I didn't know that it's a fried ham and cheese sandwich. It's a fried ham and cheese sandwich. How is it not good? It is meat, it is fat, it is sugar, it is all the things that your body wants. Sometimes just eat whatever the fuck you want. Absolutely. Sometimes it's worth it. I've never been to a fat burger, so I have no idea. But Monte Cristo sandwich is not healthy. I've been to a couple sandwich shops that like sell them, and they're really good, but they're terrible. So I might go next time I go to a sandwich shop, get a Monte Cristo sandwich and just eat half of it. Like have half of it as like one meal and like half of it as the other, because you know what? That basically is all your daily calories. But you know what? You can have a treat every once in a while. You don't have to always treat yourself every day, but you should have a treat every once in a while. So maybe I'll eat it for a treat. I often tell myself I'll only eat half. Yeah, you know what? I can only eat half a sandwich and then get distracted. I have to have Cher tell me when to eat, because sometimes Captain just fucking forgets. I will forget to eat or do things, and she's like, Captain, did you go to the bathroom? Did you eat food? Did you drink water? And I'm like, did I? I have to have Cher because she takes care of me. She makes sure that I don't just die. I'm the Tamagotchi. Unfortunately, you know what? Nobody ever give me a Tamagotchi, because you know what? I can barely keep myself alive, much less other people. Unless it's gonna like scream at me, hey, I'm hungry. I'll forget to feed it. You have a Tamagotchi. I used to have a Tamagotchi. I don't have one anymore. It kind of broke. Because somebody stepped on it. But I had one on my backpack for a while. Alright. Well, let's get back to the... Oh my goodness. Tropic Warrior 360. Thank you so much for being part of the crew for 4 months. Thank you, thank you. Mm-hmm. 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 4 kisses. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alright, back to the reading, or else we'll never finish this. The miserable Hatter dropped his teacup and bread and butter and went down on one knee. I'm a poor man, your majesty. You are a very poor speaker, said the king. Here one of the guinea pigs cheered and was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court. As it's rather a hard word, I will just explain how it was done. They have a large canvas bag which tied up the mouth and the strings into. They slipped the guinea pig head first and then sat upon it. I'm glad to have seen that done, said Alice. I've so often read in the newspaper at the end of trials there was always some attempt at applause which was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court. I never quite understood what it meant till now. If that's all you know about it. If that's all you know about it, you may stand down, continued the king. I can't go no lower, said the Hatter. I'm on the floor as it is. Then you may sit down, the king replied. Here another guinea pig cheered and was suppressed. Come then and finish the guinea... come, that finishes the guinea pigs, thought Alice. Now we shall get on better. I'd rather finish my tea, said the Hatter with an anxious look at the queen who was reading the list of singers. You may go, said the king, and the Hatter hurriedly left the court even without waiting to put on his shoes. And Just take his head off outside, said the Queen, added to one of the officers, but the Hatter was out of sight before the officer could get to the door. Call the next witness, said the King. The next witness was the Duchess's cook. She carried a pepper box in her hand, and Alice guessed who it was even before she got to the court, by the way of people near her beginning sneezing at once. Give your evidence, said the King. Shan't, said the cook. The King looked anxiously at the White Rabbit, who said in a low voice, Your Majesty must cross-examine this witness. Well, if I must, said the King with his melancholy air, after folding his arms and frowning at the cook till his eyes were nearly out of sight. He said in a deep voice, What are the tarts made of? Pepper mostly, said the cook. Treacle, said in a sleepy voice behind her. Treacle. Collar that dormouse, said the Queen, shrieked out. Behead the dormouse. Turn that dormouse out to the court. Suppress him, pinch him, off with his whiskers. For some minutes, the whole court was in confusion, getting in the dormouse, turned out and on. By the time that they had settled down again, the cook had disappeared. Never mind, said the King with an air of great relief. Call the next witness. And he added in an undertone to the Queen, Really, my dear, you must cross-examine the next witness. It makes my forehead ache. Alice watched the White Rabbit as he fumbled over the list, feeling very curious to see what the next witness would be like. Well, they haven't much evidence yet, she said to herself, imagining her surprise when the White Rabbit read aloud the top of his list in a very shrill voice the name Alice. Welcome, J-Septic. We are reading Alice in Wonderland, and we are actually almost finished. We are on, I believe, the last chapter, chapter 12, Alice's Evidence, which is part of the trial for who stole the tarts. Here, cried Alice, quite forgetting the flurry of the moment, how large she had grown in the last few minutes, as she jumped down in a hurry that she tripped over the jury box with the edge of her skirt, upsetting the entire jurymen on their heads in the crowd below, and they laid sprawling out, reminding her very much of a globe of goldfish she had accidentally upset the week before. Oh, I beg your pardon, she exclaimed in a tone of great dismay, and began picking them up again as quickly as she could, for the accident of the goldfish kept running in her mind. She had a vague sort of idea that they must be collected at once and put back into their jury box, or else they would die. The trial cannot proceed, said the King in a very grave voice, until all the jurymen are back in their proper places. All, he repeated with great emphasis on looking hard at Alice as he could. Alice looked in the jury box and saw that in her haste she had put the lizard down, head downwards, and the poor little thing was waving its tail about in a melancholy way. Being quite unable to move, she had got it out again and put it right. Not that it signifies much, she said to herself. I shouldn't think it would be quite as much use in the trial if one way up as the other. Because it is Bill the Lizard, and he is quite dumb, that we have learned, and doesn't even have a pencil and cannot make a mark on his slate. As soon as the jury had little recovered from the shock of being upset, and their slates and their pencils had been found and handed back to them, they set up their work diligently to write out the history of the accident, all except the Lizard, who seemed much too overcome to do anything without his mouth open, gazing into the roof of the court. What do you know about this business? Said the King to Alice. Nothing, said Alice. Nothing whatsoever, persisted the King. Nothing whatsoever, said Alice. This is very important, said the King, turning to the jury. They were just beginning to write down on their slates. The White Rabbit interrupted. Unimportant, Your Majesty means, of course, he said, very respectful tone, but frowning and making faces at him as he spoke. Unimportant, of course I meant, the King hastily said as he went on to himself in an undertone. Important, unimportant, unimportant, important, as if he were trying to say which word sounded best. Some of the jury wrote down important, some unimportant. Alice could see this as she was near enough to look at their slates, but it doesn't matter a bit, she thought to herself. At the moment, the King, who had called out for some time, busily writing in his notebook, called out, Silence! And read from his notebook. Rule 42, all persons more than a mile high to leave the court. Every person looked at Alice. I'm not a mile high, said Alice. You are, said the King. Nearly 2 miles high, said the Queen. I shan't go at any rate, said Alice. Besides, that's not a regular rule. You invented it just now. It's the oldest rule in the book, said the King. Then it ought to be number 1, said Alice. The King turned pale and shut his notebook hastily. Consider your verdict, he said to the jury in a low, trembling voice. There's more evidence to come yet, please, Your Majesty, the White Rabbit jumping in at a great hurry. This paper has just been picked up. What is in it? Said the Queen. I haven't opened it yet, Your Majesty, said the White Rabbit, but it seems to be a letter written by the prisoner to somebody. It must have been that, said the king, unless it was written to nobody, which isn't usual, you know. Who is it directed to? Said one of the jurymen. It isn't directed at all, said the White Rabbit. In fact, there's nothing written on the outside. He unfolded the paper as he spoke, and he says, it isn't a letter, after all. It's a set of verses. Are they a prisoner's handwriting? Said one of the jurymen. No, they're not, said the White Rabbit, and that's the queerest thing about it. The jury all looked puzzled. He must be intimidated by somebody else's hand. He must have intimidated somebody else's hand, said the king. All the jury brightened up again. Please, your majesty, said the knave, I didn't write it, and they can't prove that I did. There's no name signed at the end. Well, if you didn't sign it, said the king, that only makes it worse. You must have meant it for some mischief, or else otherwise you would have signed your name like an honest man. There was a general clapping of hands at this, and it was one of the really first clever things the king had said all day. That proves his guilt, of course, said the queen. So off with his... It doesn't prove anything of the sort, said Alice. Why, you don't even know what they're on about. Read them, said the king. The White Rabbit put on his spectacles. Where shall I begin, your majesty? He asked. Begin at the beginning, the king said very gravely, and go on until you come up to the other end, and then stop. There was dead silence in the court whilst the rabbit read aloud the verses. They've told me you had been to her and mentioned me to him. She gave me a good character, but said I could not swim. He sent them a word I had not gone. We know it to be true. If she sent to push the matter on, what would become of you? I gave her one, they gave him two. You gave us three or more. They all returned from him to you, though they were mine before. If I or she should have the chance to be involved in this affair, he trusts you to return it free exactly as you were. My nation was that you have been before she had his fit, an obstacle that came between him, ourselves, and it. Don't let him know that she liked him best, for this must ever be a secret kept from all the rest between you and me. This is the most important piece of evidence we've heard so far yet, said the king, rubbing his hands. So let the jury, if any of them can explain it, said Alice. She had grown so large in the past few minutes that she wasn't a bit afraid of interrupting him. I'll give him sixpence that I don't believe there's an atom of meaning in it. The jury all wrote their slates. She doesn't believe there's an atom of meaning in it, but none of them attempted to explain the paper. If there is no meaning in it, said the king, that saves a world of trouble, you know, as we needn't try to find any. And yet, I don't know, he went on, spinning on the verses on his knee and looking at them with one eye. There seems to be some meaning in them, after all. She said I could not swim. You can't swim, can you? He added, turning to the knave. The knave shook his head sadly. Do I look like it? He said, which he certainly did not, being made entirely of cardboard. All right, so far, said the king, when he went on muttering about the verses to himself. We know it to be true. What is the jury, of course? If she shouldn't push the matter on, what must be the queen? What would become of you? What indeed? I gave her one, they gave him two. What must be the thing that he did with the tarts, you know? But it goes on, they've all returned from me to him. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. But it goes on, they've all returned from him to you, said Alice. Why, they are, said the king triumphantly, pointing to the tarts on the table. Nothing can be clearer than that. Then again, before she had his fit. But you never had fits, my dear, I think, he said to the queen. Never, said the queen, furiously throwing inkstand at the lizard as she spoke. The unfortunate little Bill had been left to writing on his slate to one finger, as it found it made no mark, but he now hastily began using the ink that was trickling down his face as long as it lasted. Then the words don't fit you, said the king, looking around the court with a smile, and there's dead silence. It's a pun, said the king, added in an angry tone. Everybody laughed. Let the jury consider their verdict, the king said for about the 20th time that day. No, no, said the queen. Sentence first, verdict afterwards. Stuff and nonsense, said Alice loudly. The idea of having a sentence first. Hold your tongue, said the queen, turning purple. I won't, said Alice. Off with her head, the queen shouted at the top of her voice. Nobody moved. Who cares for you, said Alice. She had grown quite to her full size by this time. You're nothing but a pack of cards. And at this whole pack rose up into the air and came flying down upon her. She gave a little scream, half of a fight and half anger, and she tried to beat them off and found herself laying on the bank, with her head in lap of her sister, who had gently been brushing away some dead leaves that had fluttered down the treetops onto her face. Wake up now, Alice dear, she said to her sister. Why, what a long sleep you've had. Oh, I've had such a curious dream, said Alice. She told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of her that you have just been reading about in the end. And when she was finished, her sister kissed her and said, It was all a curious dream, certainly, but now you've run to your tea. It's getting late, So Alice got up and ran off, thinking while she ran, as she might, what a wonderful dream it had been. But her sister, still just as she left her, leaning on her head on her hand, watching the setting sun, thinking that little Alice and her wonderful adventures, till she too began dreaming after a fashion. This was her dream. First she had dreamed about little Alice herself. Once again the tiny hands were clasped upon her knee, bright eager eyes were looking up into hers. She could hear the very tones of her voice and seeing the queer little toss of her head from back to side, and wandering hair would always get into her eyes. And still as she listened, or seemed to listen, the whole place around her became alive with strange creatures in her little sister's dream. The long grass rustled in her feet as the white rabbit hurried, frightened by the mouse, splashed by the way through its neighbor's pool. She could hear the rattle of teacups in the March Hare, and his friends feared their never-ending meal, and the shrill voice of the Queen ordering our unfortunate guest to execution. Once more the pig baby was sneezing on the Duchess's knee, while plates and dishes crashed around it. Once more the shriek of a griffin, and the squealing of a lizard's slated pencil, and the choking of the suppressed guinea pigs filled the air, mixed up with the distant sob of the miserable mock turtle. So she sat with closed eyes, and half believed her wonderful self in Wonderland, though she knew she had to be open about them, and that all would change the dull reality. The grass would only be rustling in the wind, and the pool rippling the waves of the reeds. The rattling teacups would change to tinkling sheep bells, and the Queen's shrill cries the voice of the shepherd boy, and the sneeze of the baby, the shriek of the griffin, and the other queer noises would change, she knew, to the confused clamour of the busy farmyard, while the lowering of the cattle in the distance would take place in the mock turtle's heavy sobs. Lastly, she pictured herself in the same little sister of hers, would in time after be herself grown a woman, and when she would learn to keep all of her riper years the simple and loving heart of childhood. And now she would gather upon her and the other little children, and make their eyes bright and eager with many strange tales, perhaps of the dream of Wonderland long ago, and how she would feel in their simple sorrows and find pleasures and simple joys, remembering their own child life and the happy summer days. There we go. We finished Alice in Wonderland. We finished the first one. I'm so glad that you're extraordinarily comfy right now. I'm glad that you all decided to come out and hang and watch. Well, listen to me read very funnily Alice in Wonderland. We did it. We one-shot it. Because this was the first book read, and we read the entire book in about 3 and 40 minutes. It certainly is a comfy stream. I'm glad that it was a comfy stream. But we still have about 20 minutes to go. So, if anybody wants, we can have some, word triggers, physical triggers. I do still have those. To fill some time before we decide to take our very comfy stream to somebody else. So, I'll go ahead and put the book down. So please give me a moment. We no longer have you, Mr. Book. We have only 3DO. Though I can't seem to stop having this bit of British accent when I read. It was very fun. Quick, somebody redeem Yandere for 20 minutes. Leather book tippy taps. All right, leather book tippy taps. We'll do that because that sounds very nice, actually. All right, let me get the book back. So, I do have a shanty redeem. I can sing a shanty. You know what? I think would be a wonderful time. I'm going to place the 3DO on top of the book and then do it like this. I think that works much better. I don't think... Why would it be out of stock? That's strange. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I have to complete all of these because I've done all of them. There we go. But you can try again and see if it'll let you do sea shanty. Because if I don't clear up all of them, sometimes they back up, and they don't like doing the redeems. Yeah, shanty's kind of a more expensive one, or else I'd end up singing like one every stream. And honestly, I will sing every stream regardless.
So apparently there's supposed to be a... Oh goodness, Coffee Needs Headpads 23. Welcome, welcome aboard to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So, you guys brought me out again. How adorable. Oh no, I'm here again. You've gotten bamboozled. You've gotten bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. You've gotten bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. You've gotten bamboozled. You've gotten bamboozled. Adorable. I love how cute you look right now with your little bamboozled face. You look much better that way. Do you regret it? Oh. Does that mean you bamboozled yourself, saying, is that what you did? Oh, but you look so cute, all of you, flustered. It's my favorite part. I love seeing all the different expressions you make. After all, only I get to see them, and I feel very fortunate. Yes, DVAD, you did miss the book, but there will be the VOD. And I do hope that you enjoy all of the voice acting. I did try very hard. Yes, I love all my blushy crewmates. All of them so cute. Adorable. My, quite isn't it? Adorable. You can absolutely be bamboozled while laying on my fluffy tail. I might even pet you. But be careful. I'm also known to bite. How do we handle icebergs on the ship? Well, generally, we avoid them. But if we can't, that's what we have gunners for. We blow it to smithereens. 'Cause sometimes I am a little violent. Honestly, I wish that we could just remove the ads. After all, I don't see any use in them. I don't like making everybody uncomfortable. I won't bite hard, I promise. I'll behave. I wouldn't want to harm all my sweet little treasures. That would make me upset. Hearing that you got hurt. Yes, we do have firepower. Again, don't think too hard about it. Yeah, I have to protect my crew from nefarious pirates. What if they try to take over the ship? What if they try to take away from you? What if they try to take you away from me? No more heroes. 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 Oh, Penguin Pope, are you trying to jump and run overboard? You know I'll just come catch you. Do you really want to see me in my natural habitat chasing after you? That seems a Why don't you just be good and sit down and just enjoy your time? I mean, it's much better spent that way. You wouldn't want me to have to come chase you down. Also, Coffee needs head past 23. Thank you for subscribing and becoming part of the crew. So everybody, welcome them aboard and please enjoy the emotes. And I'll do some gentle blowing. Alright, I take a bit of Atawata. And a stretchy stretch. Thank you, Drunken Salamander and PlayStation Inquisition. Making sure that Captain takes care of herself. Here we are. Up. Left. Right. And forward. Thank you for the stretchy stretch. That felt quite good. After all that reading. Let's see. We've got about 10 minutes left. Welcome aboard to Jambi's Zoidik, to the SS Otterworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I see. Somebody wants a purr. Alright. Purr first. And then some otter jitters. Alright, that's been about a purr for a minute. So now we have the otter jitter and some wiggles.
stretchy, stretch. Up, left, right, and forward. There we go. Very good stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. You have gnomes and the fairies blowing winds in each of your ears. I see. Well, there's some more fair winds for your sails there. Alright, we have about 7 minutes left. So anybody else want some more redeems before we go? I'll just keep using Yandere redeem until the end of stream as a little bit of a thank you, since you guys love it oh so much. And besides, I don't want to go back in the box quite yet. I'm glad that you're so very happy, Reese. You gonna save up for shanties? Well, I will let you know that I only do one shanty per stream, so if you get it, you only get one. So make sure you're ready when it happens. I would hate for you to miss it. The real content was the otters we met along the way. I like the pun, Jay. It's very good. Somebody wants to get bit. I promise. I'll just nibble a little bit. After all, I nibbled them, and so that makes them mine. That's how that works, right? You know, possession, 9/10 of the law. And the other 10th is I licked it, it's mine. So now all of you belong to me, my sweet little treasures, and I won't let you go. Technically, we're in maritime law, so whatever law captain says goes. After all, remember, I can legally marry anybody on this ship. So, the law is what I say it is. So I guess, yeah, it's legally binding. You can't leave. That's so cute. I won't let you. This is a no-fly zone. Artifact, artifact, gonna get you. An artifact, 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 artifact. See, most of you have an idea of what to do. Just accept it. Speaking of which, here's your artifact. Did you know that a sea otter can live its entire life without ever leaving the water? That's right. So,
I have no problem finding you. I don't have to leave the water if I don't want to. This is my domain. Where are the lifeboats? You think that I would tell you? How cute. My. Why would I ever tell you? Only I know. And I want to keep you. I'm not going to marry everybody to myself. That'd be silly. It just means that I can marry 2 people on the ship, so generally I have legal binding of pretty much anything I want. That's what I mean, Spy Racer. So, any other last redeems? But what if you need to know where the lifeboats are? Then I'll take you to them. But it's when I decide to. See? That's what it means being in charge. I mean, no, it's not slavery. I don't own you. I didn't pay for you. It's really more like kidnapping, if anything. Still kind of illegal, but you came willingly, so it's not actually. You clicked that follow button. You went on the ship. You wanted a vacation. I just never said it had an end. Aggressive adoption. Yeah, you know what? That's what it is. Aggressive adoption. Yeah, that's about what it is. You could try and rebel, but do you want to? That would be so silly of you. Why would you ever want to leave? I'm here to give you a wonderful vacation. I mean, you get to watch streams, you get to play games, you get to eat wonderful food and lovely drinks, have a room of your own, and the only price you have to pay is just to love me, just a little bit. See, and then there's even the better part, where you don't have to worry about things like your job, or, school, or food. See? So, honestly, you're getting a great deal. I don't know why you'd be so silly as to think about leaving. Where's your fast and furious car gonna go, my dude? You think it's gonna fly on the water? That's not happening. So, also, where's land, bud? Even if it could, do you know where you are? 'Cause it's family. Well, obviously, just bring your family with you. Just bring your family. I mean, more the merrier, right? It's a very good pyramid scheme. All it means is that I get to keep you forever. No job, no school, no hard time. Only, yes, we have plenty of rum. Captain loves rum. We got it in coconut, light, and dark. Because I am a woman of taste. That's all. Well, we've got quite a few more minutes. Any more redeems anybody wants to make before we decide who we're gonna take our very sleepy raid to? Coconut rum is good. It's one of my favorites. I'm glad you accept these turns, D-Bud. I'll show you to the engine room later. Are you all calling me a bottom? I mean, you're not wrong, but are you calling me one? Are blindfoldeds need for this adventure? No, 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 sweetheart. I'll trust you enough to show you to the engine room. There are pebbles everywhere, though. It is a bit of a mess. So, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's funny, you know, you all call me a bottom. But if I say a certain word, if I say things, then all of you start blushing. So what does that make you? A bottom's bottom? I'm still a top bottom here, bud. See? Bottom is relative. So does that mean that you can always reposition yourself? I would kill multiple people. But you see here, I'm a war criminal, so I might anyway. So you know what, chat? Just for you, just for calling me a bottom, trying to bully me, I hope you're ready to pay the price. Here it is. Yeah, you're gonna reposition yourself behind me. 'Cause I'm the one on top here. No, I'm not drunk. I just got a little tired. And, wanted to tell you who's in charge. It's me. So, anybody who's alive. How was it? Oh, see, man, but you can always do it another time. Like a surprise bomb. You can just throw it in. They'll never know. I'm not sleep drunk. I'm glad that you're not blushing. Is your brain still working? Oh, thank you all so much. I do appreciate it. But I see here that, oh, I need a more powerful one. You know, I'm just here trying to be good. 'Cause I would need the other. I would need to turn this down a lot lower for me to give it a full power. Cause see, I'm a little too close to this. And I'm kind of a loud bitch. Well, I do need to have to find myself somebody to raid. So let's see, who was alive? Who was alive and ready for us to say hello to? That's what we need to do. And I've completed everything. So let's see. Who is alive? Who is ASMRing at this time? Alright. Let's check this. Oh, I see that we've got here's somebody. I'm ready. I'm ready for this. Do you all want to say hello to a somebody else who will nibble you? Nobody's done the no cursing redeem yet. So I'm gonna put chat right here in my lap. So be good. As we are going to raid Komaria. A certain vampire. Yes. Somebody else has a. I wouldn't. I fucking cuss like a sailor. I mean, same, but that's why people wanted me to do the redeem. So we are going to raid Komaria. No, I'm raiding because this is the person who's doing it. You know what? We're gonna do a raid message of, Pearl Smug, Fang to Fang communication. And then Snooze Cruise boarding. And with Pearl Clam. So that will be our raid message. And if you do have extra Pearl points, you can unlock any of these wonderful emotes. The blue switches, no, I'm very sorry. But I did put you guys down in my lap, so it would be a little less loud. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate it, and I hope to read to you some other Saturday night. But if you don't want to unlock any of the emotes, feel free to go ahead and use the virtual hugs and purple hearts. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope to read you some other time. So I've been your Sea Otter Sea Captain, and I hope to see you soon. Goodbye.